never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, 3, 2, 1, and away we go. Made it through Hump Day, right? So look at there. Right there on the horizon is the weekend. And a big weekend indeed. where millions will celebrate Independence Day. Yeah, July 4 weekend. Which means millions hitting the highways, heading to the airport. Things going to get busy later today, according to AAA. Thursday, folks trying to get a jump on the biggest travel day. Obviously, Fridays. Get the weekend off and rolling. All right, what do we see on our radar screen tonight? Another fairly decent night, travelers weather-wise. Few spotty showers in the southeast again tonight. Rain in the northernmost reaches of Michigan. Some heavy rains there. Have some pockets of rain through South Dakota. Few thunderstorms in southern portions of North Dakota. Some shower activity down toward the Four Corners region again tonight. Yeah, they call it the monsoon season. All right, so north of Phoenix, north and northwest. Got some decent showers there in Arizona. Spotty showers here and there, not much in Utah. Some pockets of decent rain in north central and northeastern Colorado. Rain between Denver and Cheyenne. Nothing exceptional. And none of this is prompting severe weather advisories. Looks like the one area we could see some stronger storms is that cluster up in south central North Dakota. Looks like we do have some severe thunderstorm watches right along the North Dakota-South Dakota line across both states there. Much of eastern South Dakota. Could see some stronger storms tonight. See a lot of air quality alerts. All the big cities through Indiana, Ohio, parts of Kentucky and Tennessee. Kind of a stagnant air mass we've seen in recent days. Hey, for our friends in the Northeast, where you've had a break from the hot, humid conditions for much of the first full week of summer here, and that's about to change as we flip the calendar to the month of July, starting Friday. Had a cold front that moved through the Northeast over the weekend. Sunday night into Monday morning, temperatures, humidity levels dropped. It's been downright beautiful. Some of the coolest spots in the region, had low temperatures into the 40s during the overnight hours. Monday night, Tuesday night. Looks like Wednesday was another great day to be outdoors. But we're looking for a buildup of the heat and more humidity for the latter portions of the week. High pressure begins to drift offshore. Now, if anybody planning to do yard work ahead of the extended Independence Day weekend, try to get that done probably today. Get it done before Friday. Friday, you're really going to notice a surge of heat and humidity. Now, temperatures this past day, just a little bit warmer than we saw on Tuesday. We saw highs ranging from the 70s in upstate New York, 77 degrees in Syracuse, 83 around the nation's capital, but humidity levels a little lower than they would typically be for the end of June, even for the upcoming day, Thursday. Humidity still pretty comfortable. Temperatures may reach as high as 90 later today in D.C., even as far north as Philadelphia and Harrisburg, PA. Further north, we're going to still be talking middle 70s from upstate New York on up into northern New England. But temperatures continue to tick upwards as July kicks off on Friday. Many locations along the I-95 corridor will soar above the 90-degree mark. The cool locations in upstate New York and on into New England, you'll begin to reach into the middle 80s as well. You see the warming trend, humidity levels ticking higher on Friday as well. So the heat index, it's probably going to feel like triple-digit temperatures. It's going to feel like 100 degrees from Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia. So if you're going to be working outdoors, there you go. Time to start taking those summertime precautions. Stay hydrated, take frequent breaks. Holiday weekend itself looks like it's going to begin with some thunderstorms Friday afternoon and evening around the Great Lakes and the Central Appalachians. Saturday, storms shift the focus from the Appalachians to the Atlantic coast as that cold front moves southward. Any of those storms through Saturday will have the potential to be quite heavy and gusty as well. While that front will trim some of the heat and humidity, it may lead to more than one day of your weekend being on the soggy side. And they've been watching this all week. If that front slows down, the potential exists for a few additional showers and thunderstorms even on Sunday. Many times in the summer, cold fronts don't get very far to the south. This one looks no different. It may cause a problem for some of the holiday itself. Places like Virginia, Maryland, southern Delaware, and West Virginia could still be dealing with some showers on the 4th of July direct Monday. That front's going to kind of stall over that general vicinity there. So obviously, if you've got plans to be cooking out or heading to the beach or taking a hike, going to have to keep an eye on the radar through the holiday weekend. Maybe have some backup plan, something you can do indoors. Meanwhile, locations further to the north should begin to see drier conditions. There's another front that's going to move down from the north Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. That may finally push that first front a bit further to the south. So there's for our friends in the Northeast, the Great Lakes region, as we get ready for the big travel weekend. Meanwhile, what about our friends along the Gulf Coast? We've been watching possible tropical development throughout the week as well. Still have this big cluster of showers and thunderstorms over the western Gulf of Mexico. Tropical rainstorm that spins onshore in Texas before the end of the week here. There's still a bit of time for that system to become a tropical depression before making landfall, but the main impact's going to be heavy rain. I mean, flooding downpours still has the potential to evolve into a depression before making landfall maybe later today. But really, it's running out of time for development. It has a broad, elongated circulation, but a very poorly defined center based on the satellite data this past afternoon. Drier air is kind of limiting the ability to organize and strengthen this past day. Hurricane Center stated this past evening, as a matter of fact, the outlook for the storm says the shower and thunderstorm activity is too poorly organized to designate it as a tropical depression. All right, showers and thunderstorms with this system should remain isolated, but generally limited to the upper Texas and Louisiana coasts this evening. The system's going to begin pivoting northwest. Showers and thunderstorms are going to increase over much of eastern Texas and spread northward over western Louisiana and on into southern Arkansas through the end of this week. A lot of folks are going to see 1-2 inches of rainfall. Heaviest rain's going to occur right there in the vicinity of our friends at TNCradio.live there in Houston, Texas, and just east of Corpus Christi, northward to College Station, Texas, Thursday into Friday. Now, those folks, you could see 4 to 8 inches of rain. And AccuWeather said there's the potential for some rainfall totals to approach maybe 16 inches. You talk about some flooding concerns. Well, of course, much of Texas is in moderate drought. Some there is exceptional drought conditions. So for some, this is going to ease the drought concerns. Many farmers have been facing a significant reduction in yields for this year. They say since the 1st of March, Corpus Christi has only received 1/3 of their normal rainfall. Normally, it would be about 11 inches. Rain has been even more scarce this month, with just 1/4 of an inch of rain compared to normally 3¼ inches of rain, June 1 through June the 28th. So very, very dry. Storms of this nature largely contain towering clouds and thunderstorms capable of producing some torrential rains. Rain could come down at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour. Now, if you're going to be out there moving freight, not everybody gets home for the holiday weekend. You will see some travel delays. Some roads could be blocked by rushing water. ponding of water, especially in the Houston area. Airline flights, departing or arriving flights at airports in that region may also see some delays or even cancellations because of the tropical weather. I know, just what you needed for the big 4th of July weekend. Yeah, most of the downpours and thunderstorms with this tropical rainstorm should remain east of San Antonio and the Dallas metro area. Some of the more intense thunderstorms near the coast might bring some strong wind gusts, hail, and maybe even an isolated tornado. So kind of confined to our Gulf Coast region as we head down toward the end of the week here. Welcome in, young Colton on board, enjoying his summer break. Getting ready for the big weekend, are you, right? Hello, Colton. Heavy D, welcome aboard. Hello to the overnight drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Let's see. There's our friends at FSC trucking on board. Hello from St. Joe's, Missouri. There's Todd. Gerald on board. How do you do, my man? We've got 70 degrees here in Cape Girardeau, Missouri right now. I'll be turning in a bit early tonight, but we'll catch you on the flip side. Everybody have a great Independence Day weekend. All right, thank you much. Timothy, hi there. Tank, 100 degrees here in Essex, California at this hour. All right, so a little after 9 o'clock p.m. there, right? 9:15, if my clock is correct. 100 degrees. That's a warm evening, all right? Heat wave, hi there, in the land of entrapment. New Mexico, 78. It's a humid night tonight. There's John Ferguson. Morning, Steve, and the overnighters, 65, pleasant. In South Haven, Michigan, headed south for a noon GM delivery in Spring Hill, Tennessee. I might actually give you a ring later this morning. All right, look forward to that. Good to have you with us, John. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy. Deborah, good morning. It's nice 72 in the Hoosier tonight, Central Indiana. Hanging out with my special driver tonight. Everybody stay safe out there, especially my driver. All right, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, again on board. Morning with 72 degrees in Indianapolis. Headed south at a higher rate of speed than allowed. Hey, wait a minute. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Hoosier State tonight. Morning to Miss Millie. Hi, Steve, and all the crew just watching the deer and the fireflies here on the farm. It's a comfortable 66 degrees in the Foster, Kentucky area. I'd appreciate continued prayers for the granddaughter. Open heart surgery next week. All right, well, prayers for the granddaughter. Morning from Central Florida with 78 degrees. There's our friend Richard on board. Good morning, good afternoon, and hammer down. Hello, Larry. Be safe. I'm running late. 17 North backed up in Mahwah, New Jersey. They're doing paving work there. All right, so Rockpick checks in, checking in from my pillow in Rochester, New York. Stay safe and enjoy. Morning, Steve. It's the Ice Cream Man, Dion. The Ice Cream Man checking in from Cheyenne, Wyoming tonight. Hello to Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. All right, let's see. There's, hello, Rambler. Well, praise the Lord. Rambler checking in from the exit ramp on I-10 where I blew a tire. Uh-oh. I-10 westbound. Penske just got me back up and rolling, so I'll be heading to the Big Easy with a full load of auto parts tonight. We'll check in later. Until then, everybody behave yourselves and know that Brother Rambler loves you. All right. Hello to Mike. Record high in Dayton for this date was 1898. Man, that's horseless carriage days. As John Kerry circles the globe in a private jet. So yeah, stay safe, my overnight drive family. That's Mike in Beaver Creek, Ohio. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Mike. You look at, they're always talking about, climate change. We've got to stop the global warming. And meanwhile, you say, well, what was the record high on? It was set in 1898. What was going on then? What was going on in 1898? Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. with a sticky 71 degrees. Again, had some rumbles of thunder earlier, but again, no rain. Had someone stop by this afternoon, said he came through some pretty nasty weather south of me. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. Thank you very much. Plant City Dave says hello. I used to know a man that wore a truckin' bozo hat back in the 80s. Worked at the Speedway truck stop in Punta Gorda, Florida. Hello to the 15 car, checking in from Charlotte. Who's your pick for the Ralph Latham Memorial at Florence Speedway? Yeah, I saw that big race. Actually, that's tonight, right? Thursday night? I thought that was kind of odd. Like, come on, why are you racing on Thursday night? Seems like that would cut down on the crowd a bit, but yeah, big event. I don't even know who all's going to be there. I'll have to double check on that. Yeah, of course, if my favorite driver there from down in Georgia, Dale McDowell, number 17, if he's on board, I'd be pulling for him, right? Good morning from K-Town, from Buster Brown. Interested if we're going to have any more serious heat waves like we had earlier this month. All right, thank you very much, Buster Brown. Gina says, Las Vegas is hot. Yeah, hello to Kyle. Yeah, I spoke to Kyle earlier. Matter of fact, going back a couple of hours ago, weren't sure if we were actually going to be here live at this hour. Yeah, lost power at the secret bunker earlier. Apparently had automobile accident, took out some power lines and whatnot in the area, and Duke Energy was forecasting the estimated return of power was going to be right at the midnight hour. So I was on the line with Kyle and Josh trying to make secondary arrangements. I said, what if I don't get power back till midnight? What are we going to do? We were trying to work things out, and right a little after 10 o'clock, I think it was, power came back, and I said, all right, crisis averted, plenty of time to get our show prep done, and here we are live. But Kyle's hanging out in Tampa, Florida this evening, looking at the beach. 80 degrees there in Tampa at this hour, he says. Let's roll. All right, enjoy yourself. Morning, Steve from, Bolt is on board in Kaiser, West Virginia. Headed home for the night. Have a wonderful night, Steve, the truck drivers out there, and all our fellow listeners. Hello to Table Scraps. Hello, Steve. I'm so far behind in the trucking news since I arrived in Cancun. But I'm way ahead on the Skullbusters. I'll be back in the nest next week. I'll be back next week. Okay, I got you there. Thank you very much. Oh, boy. Enjoy yourself, though. Vacation time in Cancun. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hope your week's going well here as we close out a Wednesday, work our way into a Thursday, yet 30th of June. Just realized that it's the final day of June here as we kick it off. Of course, coming up tomorrow morning at this hour, Friday morning. It'll be 1st of July. And got the confirmation from Kyle earlier, Josh, rather. I think Josh said that Chris Gabrelchik is ready to roll with us coming up on Friday morning. Get an update, talk all things Hot Shot Secret. So looking forward to that. All right, as far as our friends at tncradio.live, what do we have? 3 hours of live radio on TNC Radio Wednesday evening turns into great performing for a Thursday morning encore right after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. We'll start it off with Tom Kirk and a number of callers talking on the best ways to chill out while you're on the road via Keep On Talking Live. Then Angie and Larry Baum bring the stories from the road on taillights. It gets a little serious this week, but a great conversation. Finally, it's Anderson and Banker with the only sports show designed for truck drivers. Clutch Time Sports, starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. Catch it all on tncradio.live or the app, or find TNC Radio on over 4,000 devices. All right, earlier this week, of course, one of the headlines was the Amtrak train crash. We nearly had our second train versus truck incident in the week's time on Tuesday morning. They're in Arkansas, train and semi-truck just literally feet from avoiding a disaster Tuesday morning after the rig got stuck on the train tracks. This was, again, Tuesday, a little before 8 o'clock a.m. in Conway, Arkansas. According to the Fox 16 News, it was a car hauler that got stuck on the tracks, unable to move as the Union Pacific train was approaching. Somehow, the train conductor realized what was happening. It was actually able to bring the train to a stop a mere feet from the stuck truck. I mean, that's as close as you can get. Let's see. One of the businesses nearby said, I came around the side of the building. I'm like, oh, that's what's going on. That was really close. Thankfully, no one hurt, nothing damaged in this near miss. Took crews about an hour to get a tow truck out there to clear the train tracks. The cars on the car hauler made it safely to their destination when all was said and done. Meanwhile, the deadly train crash involving the Amtrak train earlier this week has kind of reignited concerns about train crossings around this country. And of course, the Monday morning crash, which we've all heard about by now, train derailed after striking the dump truck in Mendon, Missouri. The trucker was driving over a steep grade, crossing at the time of the collision. Ultimately, 4 were killed, about 150 others injured. Some of the latest info from the National Transportation Safety Board said the Amtrak train that was traveling east from Los Angeles headed to Chicago. The truck, owned by Brookfield, Missouri-based MS Contracting, was hauling aggregate to an Army Corps of Engineers project at the time. The truck was in motion, crossing the tracks, when it was struck at 12:43 p.m. Monday afternoon. Upon impact, the train, of course, derailing, including 2 locomotives and 6 coach cars, a cafe car, and 1 baggage car. Yeah, among the passengers on that train were the Boy Scouts of America troops from Wisconsin. As the investigation continues, as of this past afternoon, the investigation was collecting data from the Amtrak train's event recorder. Among the information contained in the recorder is the time that the horn was blown, the speed of the train, and brake application. The train speed limit where this occurred in Mendon is 90 miles per hour. They're also collecting data from 2 of the forward-facing cameras on the Amtrak train. There were no inward-facing cameras installed, plus investigators are downloading data from the dump truck's engine control module. But yeah, concerns about these rail crossings. During a news conference this past day, they pointed out the National Transportation Safety Board's been making recommendations in regards to rail crossings. We've talked about this for decades. Now, this particular crossing in Mendon is what they call a passive crossing, as in there are no crossing arms, no lights, no whistles, no bells. And believe it or not, about half of the rail crossing in this country are what they call passive crossings. Now, in addition to being passive, the Mendon crossing is also on a steep grade. So they're looking into claims that some of the locals there have been complaining about this crossing for years. Matter of fact, just a few weeks ago, one of the locals posted his concerns via social media, the Facebook page. All right, we'll get our news break and to your calls this Thursday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Finland and Sweden are joining NATO as a direct outcome of threats from Russia's Vladimir Putin. That's according to White House security spokesperson John Kirby. He discussed the new NATO members on Wednesday.
This is not about posing a threat to Russia or anyone else. It's about defense and only about defense. They have a lot of very advanced capabilities that they're now going to be able to devote to the alliance.
A new poll shows an overwhelming and growing majority of Americans say the U.S. is heading in the wrong direction. That number includes nearly 8 in 10 Democrats. The poll by the Associated Press NORC Center for Public Affairs Research suggests President Joe Biden faces fundamental challenges as he tries to motivate voters to cast ballots for Democrats in November's midterm elections. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
How willing they were to work with me, where everybody else just wanted to slam the door in my face. Second thing was just how quick and easy it was to go with Fellowship because they really put it together quick for me.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
I recommend many people. I have my cousin, I have a friend of work, I have there's a lot of people who really need someone like Fellowship Home Loans.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779.
I appreciate how quick and easy it was to work with Fellowship Home Loans. What a pleasant experience it was. They really put it together quick for me.
Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Let's get to the call, see what's going on here this Thursday morning. There's Heatwave is on board. What do you say, senor? What's happening?
Oh, not a whole hell of a lot there, senor. Just passing time, guiding this truck. I don't consider myself a truck driver. I'm more of a guidance counselor for this truck. I mean, everything is automatic. I miss those days of shifting and jamming and grinding gears. Oh, well, we can always hope for the next truck that comes by as a rental truck, and you got that 10-speed stick in the middle, so that's always something to look forward to. Oh, listen, I don't know if you've noticed or anyone else, but there has been, well, at least in my neck of the woods, an absolute rash of crashes, both semi and four-wheeler. And, every time you see going down the road, the opposite side, I mean, it's nothing but semis. Yeah, you may have a few cars interspersed between them. I mean, if anyone doubts that, we've got a highway and all of it's being hauled by train, they really need to think it again. Because there was, when I was heading to Tracy, or Needles, California from Albuquerque, there were 3 major incidences on the eastbound side, and each one was miles long waiting to get through. I think one, the tire blew out on a four-wheeler carrying a U-Haul trailer, and it was in a construction zone, so that obviously was going to be a long wait.
Mm-hmm.
Another one in Arizona, they had I guess it was a flatbed that decided he was going to fall asleep and try to go into median where there's nothing but a big old hole. They were up for the scales on the eastbound side, had miles worth of trucks and cars. And then just as soon as you passed all that mess, then somebody else had another truck that looked like rear-ended the back end of a trailer, and all of his freight, the one that did the ramming, all his freight went through the front of his trailer. And, it's just aggressive driving out here. I don't want to say they don't care, but I mean, it's obviously getting worse than last year. Man, I tell you what, folks, slow down. The freight will get there. And if you're tired, please pull over and get some sleep. Damn it. A 30-minute nap will save you an hour and a half or 2 hours waiting for, first responders to get to where you're at with a record to pull your happy butt out of a jam that you put yourself in to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways.
Hey, just think, with 42 million Americans about to hit the roads between now and Friday, it's going to get kind of crazy out there. Yeah, right?
You think? Yeah. So, anyways, we've been getting some pretty good rain out here. And oh, by the way, you did pronounce the name of that New Mexico community correctly. It is pronounced Socorro. So, just to give you a thumbs up. I was listening to the Monday recap or replay, and you were talking about Roswell, New Mexico, maybe getting hit with some real heavy rain, and apparently they were. I guess they just got a deluge of rain, and it just was too much for any of their systems. I guess it come down way too fast, and it was just flash flood everywhere. But I didn't hear much more after I seen that. Dadgummit, on one of these Swedish meatballs that decided it's got to have its safety system activated. Yeah, so we're getting the rain out here. There's a Facebook page called EM411. That's the East Mountains information, and there are some people that showed a 2-day total of rain getting up to 3.5 inches. So we are getting it, and it's not coming down in a bucket from the heavens. It's coming down in a nice gentle shower, which is what we need.
That's right. Yeah, good.
And that ground is absolutely soaking it up. So, but I know it's been a while since y'all heard my voice on the radio, and I figure, well, I'll just give you a holler and say, hey, my daughter Alicia had her birthday on the 26th, and she is thankful for everybody who wished her a happy birthday on my page. And I was talking to my wife, and I said, I've never had Steve say hello to you. And she's like, well, I really don't want to. And I said, oh, come on, it'll be fun. So my wife, Teresa, is also known as the Lady Heat Wave, with obvious reasons. If y'all seen my picture in October, yeah, she's the one with the fiery red hair. So, Steve, if you wouldn't mind saying hello to my wife, Teresa, the Lady Heat Wave, I'm sure she'd appreciate it.
Well,
probably not. She'd probably slap me, but what the hey.
Good evening to the Lady Heat Wave, because you're out west. You're not into a Thursday morning yet. Good evening, Lady Heat Wave, and thanks for allowing your husband to spend some time with us.
I appreciate that. I'll play that later, and I'm sure I'll get slapped, but oh well. Well, Senor, you have yourself a good morning. Everybody, y'all stay safe out there.
Thanks
Talk
for
to you later,
checking
Senor.
in. You got it. Yep. Safe travels there. Let's see. I think got a road report. Is that the, let's see, Carolina Blue Jay, I believe it is. Morning, Blue Jay. What's going on?
Morning, Steve.
Hi there.
Yeah, I am I-71 south of Cincinnati, and the road has been shut down at least 4.
All right, Blue Jay, you're breaking up there. You're still there, Blue Jay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so you said it's been
It's
shut down 4 or 5 hours?
No, about an hour now, I think.
About an hour, okay.
It's near Carrollton,
Okay.
and I don't know what's going on, but the wreck was right around the corner curve from me, and there's been 2 ambulances come and go, a fire truck, all kind of other stuff going on. And
wow.
It's bad, apparently.
So I'm guessing it's
I-71.
obviously a
I-71
pretty
near
good backup,
Carrollton.
right? Pretty significant backup.
Sir? Oh, yes. We was talking about the trucks on the road. You know, all of the rest areas and the truck stops are full. But if you look out here on the highway, there's truck after truck after truck for miles.
Yeah.
But, you know, we don't have a parking problem out here.
All right. Well, Carolina Blue Jay, I believe you're a first-time caller, correct?
I am. I was actually off the road a little bit and retired, and I came out of retirement to drive for the Music City Drum and Bugle Corps.
Really?
It's a band competition,
Yeah.
and it's only 7 weeks. And they pay decent, and they're always looking for drivers in the summer. And this will probably be my last year. I'm 72 now, and it's about all I can do. I'm going to make it this year, but they always have problems finding drivers, and there should be a lot of retired drivers out there wouldn't mind coming out here for 7 weeks.
All right. Just a little short stint out there, a couple months. I guess it breaks up the monotony, right?
Yeah. It does. Gets me out that recliner.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, are you a hot secret user, Carolina Blue Jay? We gotta get you a first-time caller code, $60 from hotshotsecret.com.
Okay. Well, I have a pickup truck that's gas.
Yeah.
I don't have any diesel engines.
Well, Hot Shot Secret's got plenty of stuff that'll get you some stiction eliminator for the oil side and get you some of the gasoline extreme for your gas engine there.
Sounds good.
Yeah, try that
Sounds
out.
good.
One of these days when you get another chance to check back in, you can let us know how much improvement you saw with the Hot Shot Secrets.
I'll do it, Steve.
All right, just watch for we'll get you a text message with the coupon code to enter at checkout at hotshotsecret.com. So you've been a long-time listener, first-time caller.
I am. Oh, yeah, I used to listen to your dad. I think all the time, what would Bozo say about the world that we're in now?
Yeah, I guarantee he'd have a lot to say about it. It wouldn't be good.
He would. He would. But, yeah, I really enjoy his show and appreciate Hot Shot Secret putting you back on here. And I got one question to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Where does Monkey Gouger live? In what state?
I think he's North Carolina. It's north or south. I never can remember. He's down there in your neck of the woods, though.
Yeah, I kind of want to say he is from Goose Creek, South Carolina. He sounds like he's from there, and I probably sound like I'm from Carolina also.
You do? Yes, you do. Yeah, I don't know where he talks about his Marina Del Rey there, but it's down in South Carolina, I believe it is.
I believe it's down around Goose Creek, Somerville, somewhere like that. But I enjoy hearing him too. All right. Well, everybody have a good night, and I hope you're not stuck in this shutdown.
I'll try to keep an eye on that. Maybe pass the word when things get reopened down there. All right. All right, let's get a quick 2-minute timeout and back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. But let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I got a lot of updates to throw your way this Thursday morning. A lot of interesting developments. And our number, 844-844-3388. Let me jump over to the CNI Dog this morning. What's going on, Dog?
Just want to give you a quick traffic report. 294 by O'Hare. You got 2 lanes open on the left, so get to your far left when you can. And then when you get down towards I-55, there's another backup, only 1 lane open on the left. When you get down towards 57, you need to be in the left lane by the scale, right lane by the scale, but the scale is open.
Okay.
That's all I got for you.
So it sounds like we're getting an early start on some traffic issues out there. It's only it's bright and early on a Thursday as we get set for the big travel weekend. All right, but well, speaking of which, I'm going to jump down to Eskimo Mom because I guess she's got the latest on the I-71 thing. What you got, Eskimo Mom?
Carolina Blue Jay, the road closure is about the 45, maybe 46 mile marker coming up the hill out of Carrollton. And it looks like looks like a couple of cars got tangled up. I can't really tell whatever else got tangled up. But the problem is that the traffic is so bunched up that there is a rollback wrecker that cannot even make his way over there to the wreck, because of all the trucks and everybody that's together. And so something that people need to think about is that if you get if your road is shutting down, make sure you try to keep those crossovers opened up so emergency vehicles or wreckers and people like that can try to get in, because 71 is a very narrow road as it is.
Okay.
But,
yes.
And if anybody wants to try to take a detour, 42. If you go north on, get off at exit 44, go north towards State Route 40 or US 42, and head east. And then I can't remember over there, but the exit for Vive. If you go back towards the south, you will catch 71 again.
All right, thank you.
Because we've had those of us who run that road, we've had to run that quite a bit over the years and try to figure out how to get around that. And there's really no good way.
All right, well, thank you for the update, Eskimo Mom, and safe travels out there tonight. And she did send me a link to an update about, I guess that was a fatal crash on I-70 that took place. Was that Tuesday? Yeah, I'll open the rest of the report there. Hello to Santa Claus this morning, checking in from not the usual California. 88 degrees in Managua, Nicaragua at this hour. Having some fine rum, enjoying the calm before the storm hits, literally speaking. There's a potential Category 2 hurricane ready to hit Nicaragua Friday. Now, this is the one crossing the southern Caribbean. And let's see, at this point, I'm headed up to the hills tomorrow, into the rainforest, listening to your show with some other expatriates. All right, Santa Claus, great to have you with us, and your expats, good to have you with us on the overnight drive there. Yeah, hunker down before the storm. I'll try to get to the latest on that as well. All right, who else we got? There's Billy the Kid checking in here. Hello, Steve. Just wanted to say hello and send a big shout out to the Moose for saving my proverbial ass once again. I had to recover my truck from Dayton, and Moose saved me a whole lot of trouble. Now I'm heading back home from Chicago for the big weekend. Hope everybody has a great holiday. Stay safe, and I'll be listening in. All right, got you taken care of there, Billy the Kid, right? Let's see, Terry said, Steve, America lost today our last Medal of Honor recipient from World War II, Herschel Woody Williams. Rest in peace, Woody, and God bless. Yes, indeed, I had that. At the height of World War II, 18-year-old Herschel, otherwise known as Woody Williams, tried to join the U.S. Marine Corps. Recruiter told him, the 5'6" dairy farmer, go home, you're too short. Too short. The height requirement soon changed, according to a foundation named for Williams, who indeed joined the Marines and went on to earn the Congressional Medal of Honor after single-handedly taking out a series of Japanese positions in the bloodiest battles of Iwo Jima. Williams died this past day at the age of 98. Williams, the last surviving Medal of Honor recipient from World War II, died at the hospital in his home state of West Virginia, according to the military and the Woody Williams Foundation, which is a nonprofit serving military families. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said, today, America lost not just a valiant Marine and a Medal of Honor recipient, but an important link to our nation's fight against tyranny in the Second World War. In 2017, the U.S. Navy christened the USS Herschel Woody Williams an expeditionary mobile base. The 1945 battle for the island of Iwo Jima, taking the lives of 7,000 Marines. When he hit Iwo Jima black sands, Williams crawled through piles of dead Marines, wrapped in their ponchos in the wreckage of destroyed U.S. tanks, to find his company facing the enemy with nothing but bomb craters for cover. That, according to the profile of Williams from the Tennessean newspaper. After the war, he worked for what is now the Department of Veterans Affairs for more than 30 years, and later established his foundation. He also ran a horse farm in West Virginia. Farewell to Woody Williams, 98 years old. All right, about a minute before we get news update, top of the hour here. So one other tidbit from the industry headlines we'll throw your way. After which, of course, we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Update on the dead migrants, the horrific story that found in the back of the tractor trailer there in Texas earlier this week. The truck driver involved in that fatal smuggling attempt pretended to be one of the migrants. According to Mexican officials, 45-year-old truck driver Homero Zamorano was found in a nearby field after abandoning that semi-truck full of illegals in San Antone earlier this week. He was very high on meth, they say, when he was transported, arrested, and taken to the hospital. In addition to being very high on meth, the Zamorano has now been accused of trying to pass himself off as one of the surviving migrants while under arrest and during his time in the hospital. Now, to date, no charges have yet been filed, but we know that's going to change. Reuters reports that two other suspects in the case, Juan Francisco de Luna Balboa and Juan Claudio de Luna Mendez, both Mexican citizens, have been charged with possessing firearms while residing in the United States illegally. The two were tracked through the truck's vehicle registration, which led investigators to an address there in San Antone. Investigators placed the house under surveillance and arrested each of those men as they left the residence. So that explains what they've been telling us for several days, the three that were in custody. So one of them was the driver of the truck. All right, get our news update, top of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. Supreme Court handed a huge win to the Republican Party heading into the 2022 elections. It sided with the Louisiana state legislature to allow the state's Republican-drawn congressional map to remain in place for the midterms. A federal judge had previously ruled the Republican-drawn map violated the Voting Rights Act and ordered lawmakers to redraw the state's 6 congressional districts. The victory may be temporary, as the court said they will take up this case and a similar one in Alabama in the court's next term. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin flew to New York last week to meet privately with GOP mega donors in Manhattan. Off the Press reports that's a move that underscores recent hints that the Republican is considering a run for president in 2024. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is continuing to push back against illegal immigrants coming across his border.
The big rig used in this week's deadly smuggling attempt in Texas wasn't searched at several highway checkpoints, despite the fact dozens of illegal immigrants were packed in the back. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott says the state is taking steps to fix that security loophole.
I'm announcing that Texas is going to add additional truck checkpoints.
He says border agents are being taken off the line to work processing centers. He believes that led to the security lapse that allowed the 18-wheeler to make it to San Antonio. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is facing serious political unknowns heading into November's midterm elections. Of the 49 House lawmakers who will not run for re-election, 32 of them are Democrats. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
One Asian country is in desperate need of humanitarian help.
The International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies are reporting more than 7 million people in Bangladesh are in desperate need of shelter and emergency relief. The agency said this is the worst flooding to hit South Asia in living memory. Hundreds of thousands of homes near the Bangladesh-India border are underwater. Over 200 people in both countries have died since the floods began in April. Bangladesh is between India and Myanmar. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Fed Chairman Jerome Powell said there's no guarantee that the central bank can engineer a soft landing for the U.S. economy. On Wednesday, Powell said, quote, "We think that there are pathways for us to achieve the path back to 2% inflation while still retaining a strong labor market." Unquote. As Americans struggle with rising food and gas prices, Powell remained upbeat about the current health of the economy. Washington, D.C.'s Metro warned that customers could face wait times of up to an hour on July 4th as the transit agency grapples with a reduced number of rail cars on one of its busiest days of the year. The agency sidelined about 60% of its fleet in October after a train derailment revealed defects in Metro's 7000 series rail cars, causing delays across the rail system that persist nearly 9 months later. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go, back at it. All right, underway, hour number 2. On a Thursday morning. Hope your week's going well, all right? Should have asked Heatwave about that. He might be familiar with the Mormon Crickets. Out west, I say, on top of the worsening droughts and the rising temperatures, farmers in the western third of the country apparently right now battling outbreaks of cannibalistic insects ravaging crops from Nevada to Montana, apparently. Officials have spent millions of dollars in recent years trying to control the explosive swarms of Mormon crickets responsible for destroying swaths of crops. Again, from Nevada to Montana. They are native to North America. Mormon crickets got their name in the 1800s when these giant insects ruined the fields of Mormon settlers at the time. Now, they say they're not really crickets. They're actually shield-backed, short-winged katydids. They kind of look like a fat grasshopper, but they do not fly. According to the University of Nevada, in recent years, outbreaks out west continue to get worse. They grow up to 2 inches in length. They love hot conditions and drought conditions. How about that? Yeah, the drought conditions actually encourage these Mormon cricket outbreaks. And according to the Department of Agriculture, these outbreaks can result in billions of these things. Typically, they travel together. They cover about 1/4 of a mile per day, according to the University of Nevada. Again, they don't fly. I guess they're hopping, devouring all the vegetation, countless crops, as they trek from day to day. Oregon was one of the hardest hit states last year. According to the Associated Press, the Mormon crickets and grasshoppers were responsible for destroying 10 million acres of rangeland there in the Beaver State. Wow. One of the largest Mormon cricket outbreaks since the 1940s was back in 2017 in Arlington, Oregon. The squashed entrails of insects littered the roads. So I guess when the vehicles are running over them and squashing them, that's when all the other Mormon crickets come in to devour them. They are cannibalistic. How about that? If they don't get enough protein, they'll feast on each other, dead or alive. Well, okay, creepy, the Mormon crickets. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Who we got on board next?
Well, good morning there, Mr. Steve Sommers. This here's the unofficial knucklebuster impersonator of the overnight drive.
Oh,
I heard the call out for me to call in there last night, so I figured I'd better try to call. I was actually on the hold when them 3 DAs ended the show with, it's kind of funny that they call themselves owner operators, and only one of them really an owner operator anymore. One drives around with a golf cart, and waves his hat at everybody. Another one, he owned a truck where they put on the road for a while. He just rides around in his RV. And the third one, what does he do? He's old-time fishing. It's all you hear about, watching racing and going fishing. Y'all just might as well just give it up. Just give it up. ATA truck companies are coming in. In fact, I'm starting a brand new organization. ATW. American Trucking Association all the way. We know that you might as well forget it. It's over. We're coming in to take over. We haul almost all the freight. See, there's proof of it. Big Moose had to give it up. Couldn't keep up. That's how it is. All you got to do, contact GMA Enterprises.
GMA.
And for the incredible low price,
$19.95.
you can join the ATAATW. And if you're a team operation, the two of you can join for the incredible low price of $49.95. That's over a $10 value. Now, I sent you a story there earlier. Did you see the one about Pink saying that those of us that are pro-life shouldn't listen to her music?
I didn't listen to her music anyway. Yeah, and that's not a problem for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think I've ever heard anything she ever played or sang to begin with. Well, that's where you should go over there and listen to Alan Jackson. Speaking of Alan Jackson, just think about that song, The Little Man. You owner operators out there, just think. The Little Man. Yeah, what happened in that song? The big man come and shut him down. Yeah, well, I'm going to end this with a classic Knucklebuster impersonator commercial here for you. Just remember, go over there and get you one of them Pure Flow air dogs for you. You have to sell that truck. Maybe it'll give you a little better resale value, when you go to sell it. But you're going to be out of business sooner or later. Yep, all right, then you go over there and get you some Hot Shot Secret. Oh, some gasoline extreme, diesel extreme, FR3 stiction over there. Oh, man, that stuff really works good in my pickup truck. Then you get over there and see Sommers Overnight Drive. Get you some shirts and hats, coffee mugs, stickers and such. Yeah, I really like it when the ladies wear them T-shirts.
Yeah.
And Steve Sommers all sticking out there all bodaciously. Well, that's all of my baloney for tonight. I thank you for taking my call.
There you go. Oh, boy. Go to bed. Let's see. Who we got? North Carolina in the house. Good to have you on board. Stay off the grass, whoever that is. Eskimo Mom, who chimed in a bit earlier. Rolling through Kentucky at this hour, doing my usual run tonight. Seems like traffic's already running a little heavier than normal. Got good weather tonight, but watch for the road work. Plenty of that going on. Let's see, Matt checks in. He said, and speaking of Big Moose helped me out last night. I recognized his voice on the CB radio. He was able to take me around an accident north of Troy. I actually followed him through the woods, and he was able to avoid the mess. Thank you so much to the Moose. So how about that? You recognized that voice on the CB radio. How about that? Rolling up on 16 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Kirby, I believe, got you coming up next there. As we move down the line now, I saved this story because we ran out of time last evening. I came across this right toward the tail end of the show. I think someone had forwarded this to me, as a matter of fact. Kind of goes back to our conversation with Pappy here a few nights ago. And he's talking about how these criminals, and more around the country, this trend of lighter sentences. Why the criminals don't really even give a damn about the police, because they know, if you arrest them, they'll be back out on the street in a day or two at best. And this is an unbelievable example out of the state of California. And you wonder why you've got the violence in the streets. A California court ordering the release of 2 alleged drug traffickers less than a day after they were arrested with over 100,000 fentanyl pills. 100,000 pills. How many people could they have killed? Tulare County law enforcement arrested 25-year-old Jose Sendejas and 19-year-old Benito Madrigal, both of Washington State, after stopping their vehicle near Highway 99 about 7:30 p.m. last Friday, according to KFSN out of Fresno. The two were found with 150,000 fentanyl pills in their vehicle. Investigators estimated the total amount of drugs the men would sell for $750,000 on the street. So they're booked into the Tulare County pre-trial facility on charges of drug possession, drug transportation, and sale of unlawful drugs. However, local law enforcement received the court order demanding the men be released 18 hours later, according to the Fox News national correspondent. Tulare County Court Commissioner ordered the men's release, noting that the Tulare County Sheriff was infuriated by this order. You think? Fox did not report the reasoning for their release. In an interview Tuesday with America's Newsroom, they're talking about it. This is the whole soft on crime mentality in California. The lawmakers, I mean, obviously, the justice system, well, that's not justice. It's a total failure. According to protocol, the inmates booked into Tulare County jails would undergo a risk assessment procedure with the probation department. Once that's complete, the judge with the county court would review the risk assessment and determine if the arrested individual would be held on bail or ultimately released. He told Fox News he disagreed with the decision to let him go. But his office, he said, had to comply with the order despite their public safety concerns. But according to authorities, police seized 150 packages, each containing 1,000 fentanyl pills, when they arrested the two. That amount of drugs would be enough to kill several million people. Several million. Two similar drug busts occurred recently in Texas and California. On Monday, in Tarrant County, Texas Sheriff's Office announced they had arrested 11 suspects possessing 15,000 fentanyl pills and 11 firearms. Two of the suspects faced charges related to a death caused by the drugs that they had trafficked. They didn't give any further details. Tuesday, the California Highway Patrol said they had interdicted a vehicle transporting around 37 pounds of pills believed to also be fentanyl. Apprehended the vehicle's passenger and its driver. Fentanyl, 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine and highly addictive. There you go. And tens of thousands of deaths in this country. They surpassed the 100,000 overdose deaths in the United States last year, and it kind of sounds like we're probably on track to surpass that here in 2022. Out of jail 18 hours after arrested with enough drugs to kill several million people. You can't make this stuff up. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so that was an update that Eskimo Mom had forwarded to me about that fatality accident on I-70 that actually occurred late Tuesday evening there. Again, let's see, a little after 5 o'clock this past day, the Clay County Sheriff kind of clarified some of the details. His multi-vehicle accident. A chain reaction rear-end collision that ultimately involved 3 semis and I believe a couple of automobiles. The semi that started the accident catching fire, the driver perished in that. They have not yet identified the driver, pending notification of family. State police were performing an accident reconstruction. Details are still pending. State Police Motor Carrier Division is investigating the information for the 3 semis. There were no other injuries. But Clay County Sheriff pretty much says the one fatality that had occurred, it's a chain reaction. One accident, and they just kept piling in. I presume it's all about, what, following too closely, not leaving a safe distance, and... All right. So thanks for the update there, Eskimo Mom. Is this Kirby? Hello, Kirby. Okay, I guess maybe not. Kirby had to go somewhere. Let's see. Try the Jolly Green Giant here. It's been a while since we heard from Jolly Green. What's going on, Jolly Green?
Jolly Green has had nothing but problems in that exact same area 2 days straight, Monday and Tuesday, and I've lost an hour Monday night because of 2 accidents in that exact same area, and then last night, an hour and a half going around it. The back roads were so congested, I mean, it was terrible, and I'll tell you what I think is really causing it, and there's construction going on in that area. And yeah, I agree with Sexmaniac. I think speed is definitely a contributing factor. People are not watching what they're doing. Mm-hmm. They're not paying attention. It's the same old. But I heard my name got brought up. I wasn't listening last night because of trying to get around that accident that Eskimo Mom was talking about. And, yeah, it was terrible, and no doubt in my mind. I just went through there about, 15 minutes ago. And yesterday morning I went through going the other way, and they were actually scooping up part of freight and putting it in a dumpster. And so I could tell by looking at the news report that there were more than just 2. It looked like 3 trucks were involved, like you said. Mm-hmm. But I definitely think it's because people are not paying attention. I will tell you that Monday night, our trucks will do 70 miles an hour. So here I'm in the left lane, and I tried to get back to the right lane, and I had a truck that literally almost rammed into me because he was doing 85, 90 miles an hour. So, and I got to be honest with you, what do you need to be doing 85, 90 miles an hour in a 65-mile-an-hour zone, you know? Way too fast. So I can understand why these accidents are occurring. I mean, people are driving too fast, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what else to say. Now, for July 4th at your house, I've got last year's leftovers I was going to bring over there. Come on. I saved it from last year where He Wave and Fly Rod got arrested. So I've got that food that I'm going to bring over, and we're going to serve it. Come on. So there you go.
Should be yummy by now.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that potato salad, I'm sure, will be really good.
Boy, oh, boy.
All right, but anyway, man, I'm listening. So I'm sorry about last night, but I didn't hear what you had to say, man. I mean, I was too busy trying to get around that accident last night.
I just gave a shout out and said it's been a while since we've heard from Jolly Green. You hadn't checked in a while.
Absolutely true. Absolutely. I've been busy, but that doesn't mean I'm not listening, you know?
Sure. Okay.
So I thought I'd call in to say, yeah, Jolly Green is still out there. And either way, I just want to say hi to all the cartoon characters out there. So everybody have a good night, and I will be listening. So take care.
There you go. All right, thanks for checking in. Yeah, according to the call screener, it's been right at 3 weeks. Last time he checked in, June the 8th. All right? All right, be safe out there. Good to hear from you, Jolly Green. And our number, 844-844-3388, as we head toward news break, bottom of the hour here. Great to have you on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Dozens of attacks on churches, pregnancy crisis centers, and pro-life groups around the nation have drawn an FBI investigation and questions from lawmakers about whether the Biden administration is doing enough to stop them. Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa sent a letter to FBI Director Chris Wray this week calling for a briefing and urging Wray to ensure the attacks are being properly investigated. Pro-life groups say they fear the attacks will escalate. You wouldn't call it a free fall, but gas prices keep going down. AAA reports the national average price for regular is down to $4.86 a gallon, 2 cents lower in the past day. Less than 2 weeks after the national average price pushed past $5 for the first time ever. The statewide average is now below $5 a gallon in 38 states. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. you'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Petro, Zering, and Kellogg deliver a truckload of dominance. Ader's Polar Air nearly sets another long-distance record. And in a couple of weeks, that won't be Gunsmoke hanging over Dodge City Raceway Park. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 46th Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals brought 14 NTPA divisions, tens of thousands of pulling fans, and mostly good weather to Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin. Rains held off until Saturday morning and then delayed the start of the noon session by a couple hours, but in stark contrast with last year, not one hook was lost. 3 weekend truck class champions got their trophies in commanding fashion. Jesse Petro of Camden, Ohio, swept the two-wheel drive with his late dad Randy's Kathy's Complaint.
The truck made 2 really good runs all weekend, and really happy with that. Yeah, that's quite an honor.
Hailing from Fillmore, Indiana, all 3 of the Z-Man, Jake Zering's Dodges, were on their A games, but the one called Rule Number 19 ruled them all with double victories in four-wheel drive.
It's a great honor, and win this thing 2 nights in a row is just, unbelievable. Thanks a lot to the fans that come to help pay for this, and thanks for the town for the hospitality.
And Shane Kellogg's Dodge, known as Trump, had all the high cards in putting together 2 victories in Superstock Diesel 4x4.
Feels pretty good to start the year off like this. Guy's done a heck of a job getting this track ready today.
Also victorious in both of his appearances in Superfarm was reigning Grand National champion Ryan Anderson of Hoopeston, Illinois, and his Checkin' Out International. Other weekend champions in tractor classes included Marcus Wellison of Postville, Iowa, and his Gunpowder and Lead Light Superstock. Travis Schlabach of Marengo, Iowa, and his Bone Twister Superstock Diesel. Brian Korth and Mike Chizik of Newton, Wisconsin, and their considered Armed and Dangerous HD Alcohol Superstock. Danny Schmucker of Louisville, Ohio, and his Rampage Pro Stock. Al Cook of Wilton, Wisconsin, and his Black Thunder Light Pro Stock. And Kevin Lindstrom of Ellsworth, Wisconsin, and his Hyper Harvester 4.1 Pro Stock. Bridport, Vermont's Brian Elthorpe and his GN champ Nicky's Nightmare were supreme in Super Semi in a distance tiebreaker. Adam Kester drove the Yellow Mini, Footloose, made famous by his departed father Larry, to a win and a second to haul that division's trophy back to Wadesville, Indiana. His brother-in-law, Craig Corzine of Assumption, Illinois, had a first and a third to win Toma's multi-engine modified crown. And on a 380-foot pass that now ranks second in terms of the longest distances ever recorded at the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals, 2-time Unlimited champion Joe Ader of North Collins, New York, and his Polar Air won on Saturday night to collect that division's prize. Check out ntpapull.com for the full rundown of results and points. And you can catch every minute of the action on demand at ntpa.tv. Next up for 6 of our premier level divisions, the Wild West Grand Nationals on Friday and Saturday, July 8th and 9th at Dodge City Raceway Park in Kansas, where dirt, drive, and determination will collide on the newly installed twin tracks. 2-wheel drives and minis join last year's slate of light and diesel superstocks, 4-wheel drives, and modifieds in the westernmost point on the NTPA calendar. Tickets are available at DodgeCityRacewayPark.com, and between now and then we'll have regional action in Rushville, Indiana on Monday, June 27th, in Croton, Ohio on Friday and Saturday, July 1st and 2nd, in Dorr, Michigan on the 2nd, and in Marion, Ohio, Eagle Grove, Iowa, Lancaster, Wisconsin, and Arcola, Indiana the week after. Details, as always, at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, get back to the calls ahead here. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. One of the industry headlines. Yeah, there's heat waves, guys. Yeah, Yellow Corporation announcing this past day they're continuing their commitment to train the next generation of safe professional truck drivers as they expand their company-sponsored driving academies. 3 new locations announced. According to the press release, we're thrilled to own and operate a total of 20 permanent driving academies, which are free to all students. I'm curious, how's that work? Free? They ain't no such thing as free. Yeah, what are the commitments? Undoubtedly, you're going to get your training, and Heatwave or somebody could probably fill this in. You're going to commit to drive for them X number of miles, 100,000, 120, or a year or 2. There's going to be requirements, stipulations in there, free. All right, let's see. More scheduled to open later this year in other parts of the country. Addressing the nationwide shortage of qualified professional drivers, which is estimated at 80,000 by the American Trucking Association. This is the forefront of Yellow's Driving Academy strategy. The program is tuition-free. Okay, we plan to bring in new drivers and certainly more diverse candidates as we aim to train 1,000 new drivers this year, according to the CEO of Yellow. So latest academies: Columbus, Ohio, Tracy, California, and Maybrook, New York. Now, these locations, they say, are home to Yellow's largest regional distribution centers, so they're ideal locations for student apprentices to learn. Once enrolled, you'll learn the operations side of the business, completed initial 160 hours of training, spend an additional month honing your driving skills with a certified safety trainer to best position you for your commercial driver's license exam. After graduating and obtaining your CDL, each qualified driver will be offered a position behind the wheel at Yellow. That's the announcement. Okay. 3 new facilities, but it's free. I like that. Okay. Let's get back to the calls here, and let's see. Let's try again. Is it Kirby, or who we got on the line? I'm not seeing a name.
It's Scooby.
Scooby. All right, there you go.
Yeah.
What's
Well,
going-
the reason you didn't get me before, I didn't know I had you muted out. So I'm yelling at you, but you couldn't hear me. But anyway, it was my fault.
Okay, all right. Well, what's going
the reason
on?
I was calling you was I sent you a message about, did you hear about the guy that shot the police officer in Tennessee, then they chased him in Kentucky, and they killed him?
I don't believe I've seen that story. No, sir.
But I sent you a link on Facebook on Messenger.
Okay.
That's where this happened. It's you may not want to send it back out there because the lady's cussing the whole time. But that's one of the stories. I wanted to show you that one. 2, a couple of weeks ago here in Louisville, the mayor got hit. Did you see that story at all?
The mayor got hit by what?
Somebody hit him. You know, I know you been to Louisville quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Down there at 4th Street Live.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the mayor talks about how the city is such a good place and everything,
Yeah.
which is gone to crap. But he's saying, oh, it's safe down here. Well, somebody walked up to him and just hit him and then just ran away from him. But and on the police app, it was talking about if y'all know who this is, and about 90% of the people that commented they wish they were the ones that hit him, and they were going to pay for his bail and everything else. But anyway, they wound up catching the guy, and he got out on bail the next day.
The next
But it was
day?
just kinda
Really?
funny. The next day they let him out. The mayor was okay, by the way. They hit him, and I think it knocked him down, but that was about it. But it was just ironic how the mayor says, all this stuff has been going on, how they let people out of jail. It's a safe place. It's a safe place. And then he winds up getting hit. That was kind of funny.
How about that?
I wanted to share that with you. You could probably look the story up. I figured you may have said something about it on a Sunday night, which I can't listen.
Like I said, I just pulled the story up as we're speaking here, but yeah, I had not. I missed that story.
Yeah, it's just funny. Since nobody's really hurt, it's just funny how a lot of people wish they could have done it. Couldn't happen to a better guy. I'm reading through the Facebook pages on there and all this stuff.
This is the Tempur-Pedic Breeze.
Gotta love it. Wow, that's crazy. So, yeah, punched and knocked to
That's
the
all I
ground.
had for you there.
Okay, well, thank you for checking in this morning. I appreciate the tip there out of Louisville. Okay, the police did make an arrest in the assault of Mayor Fisher. Louisville Metro Police announced, I guess on Tuesday, they had arrested 30-year-old Antoine Brown, one count of assault in the 4th degree. The mayor visiting 4th Street Live, celebrating Kentuckiana Pride and Juneteenth that particular weekend. This is like back on the 21st, I guess, something like that. According to the surveillance video from the ABC News affiliate, the mayor appears to fall to the ground after being hit. The assailant was caught fleeing in the surveillance footage. But according to police, Fisher himself, he's doing fine following the assault. Yeah, my son, who's 30, said, "Dad, you're not quite an old geezer yet, but it's good to see you can still take a punch." It's an unfortunate thing. We're living in weird times these days. So it's just another day in the life of the mayor, he said. Okay, there you go. You got some good, fine, upstanding citizens there. Let's head on down to Eagle's on board this morning. I'm not sure where he's at tonight. Are you back in Texas? Are we down in the Sunshine State? What's going on, Eagle?
No, I'm not in there tonight in Texas. But Yeah, I wanted to give you an update on what's going on, Steve, in Texas. I'm keeping up with the news. Things are totally out of control in Texas right now. As you know, Greg Abbott, I don't know if you said anything. He gave an update today. He was down in Eagle Pass, Texas, right across the border from Mexico today. And you could actually see people coming across the river, Steve. You can pull it up you can look at it on video, YouTube. I looked at it myself. As Greg Abbott was speaking, there are people walking across the Rio Grande into the U.S., right into the United States.
Yep.
Nobody's stopping him. And now he has to resorted to having roadblocks now. He's saying on the news today that they're going to be inspecting all the trucks rolling out of Laredo. This guy here, Steve, I'll tell you how bold this guy was who was driving this truck with the 60 people in there. When they got him on video, he drove through that checkpoint out of Laredo. You have to go through a checkpoint to get the hell out of Laredo. This guy even smiled at the camera when he went through. If you look at the video or photo, if they did stop the camera of the truck when the guy went through the inspection, the guy's actually smiling at the Border Patrol agent as he goes through. That's how bold this guy was, and on his way up to San Antonio with a truck full of people. It's really disgusting. To me, like I told you, Steve, it seems to me it has to be an inside job. There's no way in hell that guy should have got through that inspection with the infrared sensors with 60 people in the back of that trailer. Greg Abbott and the people in Texas, they need to investigate that, see how the hell he got through, because the truck definitely went through an inspection station. So how can a truck get through there? Something that's not adding up about that. And they need to find out how the hell it happened and who was responsible for letting that truck get through. But like I said before, Steve, things you talk about the fentanyl. If the current administration, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, if they're not concerned about the people coming in illegally, you just gave the how much fentanyl. I think Greg Abbott said today that they busted a truck full of fentanyl, and it's enough fentanyl to kill everybody in America. Mm-hmm. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Everybody just listening to you?
Heard that. Yes. Yeah. Hundreds of millions of people. You're correct. Yep.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's how dangerous this is for people out there who think this is a joke in a game that they're not paying attention to the border. Like I said, if you're not worried about the people, you need to at least be worried about this drug fentanyl, because this drug is capable of killing every human being in America right now. That's how dangerous this stuff is. And apparently this administration don't give a damn, or they don't care. It's like I told you last night, Steve, I've never seen an administration totally turn their back on a situation like this. It's like it doesn't even exist. Greg Abbott, he still, he still hasn't been in contact with the administration, Kamala or Joe. Neither one of them has contacted Greg Abbott to say, listen, we're going to help you. We're going to help you try to get this thing under control. We cannot allow this type of thing to happen. Like I said, Steve, you do this every night, and I've been calling you up, night after night for a couple years now, talking to you about this, and nothing is being done. It's just getting worse and worse and worse. And it led up to 50 people being dead, 53 at last count. And I believe that all 67 of those people will eventually be dead, because they said that their bodies are so deteriorated. So that by the time we wake up tomorrow morning, it could be up to 60 people dead out of 67 in the back of that trailer. And like I said, Greg Abbott, he is now, from what he said in his news conference, Steve, he is saying that he's got every available man heading down to Eagle Pass, which is the hot spot right now, to try to set up roadblocks and put up barbed wire fences in the middle of the river to try to stop people from crossing in. Because, like I say, there's video right now. I looked at it myself today, Steve. There's people just walking right across the Rio Grande River, right into the state of Texas, and nothing is being done about it. It right on into the with no unabated. We don't know who these people are, and then get back to the other situation, Steve. Forget about it. You don't want to do nothing about the drugs. Well, what about the terrorists? I updated you a couple of weeks ago about how many 40 to 50 international terrorists that have crossed into the USA. and that the administration is not doing nothing about this. This is unprecedented, Steve. What's happening with this current people in the White House right now? They have totally abandoned the border of this country, but yet, like one guy said the other night, Steve, they're more concerned about the border in Ukraine than they are with the border of the United States of America. They continue to send $40 to $50 million over to Ukraine, but won't send one damn dime down to the southern border of America. So you tell me whose agenda is wrong, and we've got this thing. We got to get this thing corrected, because we're going to continue to see bad things happen on this border, Steve, until we get something done about it. And like I said, these drugs that are coming in, that's got to be stopped, because this fentanyl, I'd like for you to update that on after I hang up with you, telling people the dangers of this drug, which you've already done. But this fentanyl is a very dangerous drug, and it doesn't need to be allowed into America. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. Have a good night out there. Be safe. Have a good weekend if I don't talk to you before. Enjoy your Independence Day weekend. About 8 before the hour. We had, of course, Tuesday was yet another primary day. Handful of states around the country. And former President Trump continues on his, essentially his role of victories for candidates that he endorses. For whatever reason, it appears to get a Donald Trump endorsement is a pretty darn good thing for Republican candidates out there. Without a loss Tuesday night. Former President Trump hailed a perfect 12-0 record with this Tuesday's primary. That leads us to the overall primaries that have been taking place for several weeks now. His record is now, according to an unofficial Newsmax tally, 143 victories and 10 losses, a 93.5% winning percentage for candidates that he endorses. I mean, it's pretty incredible. Among the most noteworthy victories included a pair of Trump-endorsed candidates winning in the reliably blue state of Illinois, where Trump held a Save America rally last Saturday, stumping for Representative Mary Miller and the gubernatorial candidate Darren Bailey. Trump called Miller a star this past day. He says, quote, well, Mary Miller did it. She won big in Illinois tonight. She was projected the winner by the decision desk at 10:13 p.m. Eastern Time. She campaigned hard and smart. Congratulations to a very fine woman, he says. He was also lots of praise for Bailey, vowing a victory to defeat the Democrat governor Pritzker there, one of the worst and most obnoxious governors, a.k.a. Mr. Lockdown, in the USA. Of course, now you got to go to November. This is the primaries. This is just kind of the victories for the Republicans that will be facing said Democrats come the midterms. But get a quick 2-minute timeout, and lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Kind of a breaking headline this past day. We knew he was going to be retiring, but he had not officially announced when. Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer announcing he will officially retire from the court at high noon today. That's right, Thursday, June 30th. The court today, beginning at 10 a.m., will hand down those final remaining opinions for this particular term. I think there's 4 of them left. Accordingly, my retirement from active service will be effective Thursday, June 30 at noon. He wrote that to the president in a letter dated June 29th. He said, it's been my great honor to participate as a judge in the effort to maintain our Constitution and the rule of law. Of course, back in January, he notified the president then of his plans to retire. He was expected to remain on the court until the end of this term, which indeed will be completed today. According to former President Bill Clinton, Breyer is one of the 3 liberal justices on the Supreme Court, in addition to Obama's appointees, Sonia Sotomayor and Elena Kagan. Of course, they've already got his replacement. He will be replaced by Ketanji Brown Jackson, who was confirmed back in April. It was a vote of 53 to 47. All 48 Democrats and 2 independent senators voted in favor of her nomination, along with Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Mitt Romney of Utah. Of course, remember the hearings that were taking place there. There's a lot of questions about her being soft on crime. Ted Cruz raised questions, as well as Marsha Blackburn, about how light her sentencing decisions were, especially cases involving child pornography. Cruz noted that you have a record of handing down significantly lower sentences in criminal cases, but especially lower sentences in cases involving child pornography. Blackburn kind of echoed that sentiment. He said, Cruz said, on average, you sentenced child porn defendants to over 5 years below the minimum sentence recommended by the sentencing guidelines. You've publicly stated that it's a mistake to assume that child pornography offenders are pedophiles. She's actually said that. Well, she'll be taking her position on the high court at high noon today. I guess officially when Breyer is out, I assume they'll swear her in, or do they wait for a later date? Because, I mean, the term's going to end, and they'll be going into the off season, I guess, as you call it. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. Supreme Court handed a huge win to the Republican Party heading into the 2022 elections. It sided with the Louisiana state legislature to allow the state's Republican-drawn congressional map to remain in place for the midterms. A federal judge had previously ruled the Republican-drawn map violated the Voting Rights Act and ordered lawmakers to redraw the state's 6 congressional districts. The victory may be temporary, as the court said they will take up this case and a similar one in Alabama in the court's next term. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin flew to New York last week to meet privately with GOP mega donors in Manhattan. Off the press reports that's a move that underscores recent hints that the Republican is considering a run for president in 2024. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is continuing to push back against illegal immigrants coming across his border.
The big rig used in this week's deadly smuggling attempt in Texas wasn't searched at several highway checkpoints, despite the fact dozens of illegal immigrants were packed in the back. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott says the state is taking steps to fix that security loophole.
I'm announcing that Texas is going to add additional truck checkpoints.
He says border agents are being taken off the line to work processing centers. He believes that led to the security lapse that allowed the 18-wheeler to make it to San Antonio. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is facing serious political unknowns heading into November's midterm elections. Of the 49 House lawmakers who will not run for re-election, 32 of them are Democrats. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
One Asian country is in desperate need of humanitarian help.
The International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies are reporting more than 7 million people in Bangladesh are in desperate need of shelter and emergency relief. The agency said this is the worst flooding to hit South Asia in living memory. Hundreds of thousands of homes near the Bangladesh-India border are underwater. Over 200 people in both countries have died since the floods began in April. Bangladesh is between India and Myanmar. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Fed Chairman Jerome Powell said there's no guarantee that the central bank can engineer a soft landing for the U.S. economy. On Wednesday, Powell said, quote, "We think that there are pathways for us to achieve the path back to 2% inflation while still retaining a strong labor market." Unquote. As Americans struggle with rising food and gas prices, Powell remained upbeat about the current health of the economy. Washington, D.C.'s Metro warned that customers could face wait times of up to an hour on July 4th as the transit agency grapples with a reduced number of rail cars on one of its busiest days of the year. The agency sidelined about 60% of its fleet in October after a train derailment revealed defects in Metro's 7000 series rail cars, causing delays across the rail system that persist nearly 9 months later. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What are we looking at? Back at it on a Thursday. And back to your calls here. What's going on? Hey there. Heatwave, thanks for calling back.
Yes, no problem, senor. I did run with a recent graduate. He's about 3.5, 4 months out of school. He did go to the one in Kansas City. He said he was under no obligations to stay, and they put him up in a hotel. They did the school for him. They fed him and they paid him. So a little aggressive, but I mean, just kind of went up there and told him he needed to slow down a little bit, give him some pointers, and he seemed to take it just fine. But I didn't realize that it was a free service. But what they're trying to do is get people off the street, so to speak, and learn them how to drive or I should say, teach them how to drive. Well, that sounds redneck. Teach them how to drive yellow way. To where they will be comfortable and they will stay with the company, hopefully for the length of their career. Now, here about 3 weeks ago, somewhere around there, I was supposed to go to Southern California with a new recruit that had been driving for a couple of months, and he didn't like the idea of running team. And they said, well, you have to run team if we have a need for it. And he quit. I mean, he just signed his resignation paperwork, boom. Give him everything that they give him back, boom, and he was gone. And I said, well, did he go to ABF or Old Dominion? They said, no, he went to CRST. And according to Jolly Green Giant, that's a team-oriented company there. But apparently he had assurances. So this guy really wasn't very, very happy with running team, and the company may not be the best paying company out here, but it's definitely the best one I've been with so far. So it's his loss. And since the guy never even drove with me, he thought we all drove like a bunch of maniacs, according to him. So I'm pretty glad he quit, because that way I wasn't going to be subject to his skepticism all the time for 1,500 miles.
Wow.
So,
but no
anyway,
stipulations, anything about having to stick with them for 12 months or 100,000 miles or anything like that?
Nothing that my last co-driver had said.
Interesting.
He said just nothing. You know, you stay, it's great. If you don't, well, it was nice knowing you type thing. So, no stipulations. Well, Senor, I'm just about a mile away from the house. I'm going to shut down for the night. Try this again tomorrow. You have yourself a good night. Y'all be careful out there.
Yeah, again, thanks for chiming back in. That's surprising to me. That'd be a first. I've never heard of that. All the training schools I always heard of. Drivers say, 2 or 3 months after getting their CDL, if they just couldn't handle it, and it happens all too often. But in many cases, they'd quit, and then they'd try to come after them for $5,000, $8,000, whatever the case would be. But well, all right. Hello to Gilligan, checking in 67 degrees at the Petro in Glade Spring, Virginia. Everybody keep a shiny side up out there. Hello to Little Rambler on board. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive Nation. Michigan Madman says, did you get my email? I don't believe I did, Madman. I don't see anything in there. Haven't seen anything yet anyway. Okay. Hello to Mr. Q on board. Great to have you with us. All right, Timothy checks in. Said I'm being swarmed by fireflies after I lit my cigar. The flame from my lighter must have been a mating call. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I have noticed in recent nights. Yeah, the fireflies are out in abundance right now. Very active. All right, with that, let me see here. It's 844-844-3388. I mentioned Kyle is down in Tampa, Florida. I said, you got racing action this weekend? No, after they wrapped things up on, what was it, last weekend? Was it the Smoking in the Smokies racing action there? He headed down to Tampa. He's going to be taping another segment. I forget who that's with now. Is it the Shy D? It's one of those sponsors out there. Going to be taping an episode today. I'll get to Skinny on that. I guess next on the agenda, according to his notes, as far as racing action, next event comes up here on July 22nd, 23rd. That's the NTPA Lions Super Pool of the South. He'll be heading down to the tractor pools. Lions Motorsports Park, Chapel Hill, Tennessee. So, yeah, Kyle's slated to be there for that particular event. He'll have the vendor booth set up for our Hot Shot Secret sponsored poolers. I guess it's the following weekend, July 29th and 30th. He'll be off to Crossville Dragway in Crossville, Tennessee for the ODSS Rocky Top Diesel Shootout, number 9. So NTPA one weekend, then it's on to the straight line drag racing again the following weekend. Kyle will be there in Crossville. He'll have a vendor booth set up. Now, that same weekend, the 29th and 30th, so Kyle's off to Crossville, and Josh heads out to Fort Recovery, Ohio, for that weekend's National Tractor Pull Association Fort Recovery Grand Nationals in Fort Recovery, Ohio. That's at Ambassador Park, so Josh will have a vendor booth there. We'll be multitasking 2 locations at once, Crossville, Tennessee, and Fort Recovery, Ohio. And it looks like the next NTPA event will be the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell, Iowa, August the 4th through the 6th. Josh will be heading out to that particular event as well with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. All right, some of the events coming up with Hot Shot Secret on location. All right, our number 844-844-3388. Head on down to Chevy Guy this morning. Hi there.
Yeah, the only thing I want to know about the Juneteenth celebrations and everyone that I've heard about, and thank God that our fellow Americans are rejoicing their established freedom. But I have yet to hear any of them talk about the price that was paid and who paid it. And I'll leave that I'll leave that. I mean, it's just like me, and I posted this on Facebook. It's just like me, not know if they don't acknowledge who paid the price for that. It's just like me getting to the point where it was a movie before I even realized that during World War II we had black pilots. Tuskegee Airmen movie. You know, it wasn't taught, and I felt cheated in my education that they didn't bring that in, and I think that is a very big step forward in our country. So if they're not going to, you know, in that Juneteenth, and they don't acknowledge who paid the price, that's just sort of sad. And everybody's talking. I'm glad to get this information on Yellow, because now I'm able to. I've got 2 people I can call up and tell them, because they wanting to get in the trucking, and I can see what Heatwave says. Do it the Yellow way. You know, if you never drove anything but 62 miles an hour in a semi truck, then that's that's what you know. But I have several trucking training stories. And I never wanted to be a trainer, but my employer said, "Here, you're going to ride with him. I need you to." I said, "You know, he come out of the oil field." I said, "Okay, yeah, well, he could drive a truck, but this guy had Coke bottle glasses on. I don't even know how he got his CDLs or a commercial chauffeur's license at the time." Well, I mean, he would slow down on the curves. My most memorable time was we had 2 sheets of steel, about an inch tall, all the way down our trailer flatbed. And we come down there around Indianapolis on the 70, and coming around the curve at 15 mile an hour and heading east. And he almost had that CH Mac standing on its wheels. The tires were squealing. I was trying to climb out of the sleeper berth. But I told the boss, I said, boss says, "How'd he do?" And I said, "Well, he got me here alive, barely." I said, "You need to impress on him. He needs to pay attention to the speed signs, and they're for cars, not exactly for trucks. So then tell him, I mean, if you see 15, you better be doing 10 at least." And well, I come in a couple months later, and he's my boss, and "Man, I thought you said he was ready." I said, "I didn't say he was ready. I said, I told you he needed a lot more training, and you wanted him on the road. You wanted him in that truck at cruise liner back." And I said, I wasn't trustworthy of him, but I was too afraid to ride with him. Well, he goes, "Well, I know why. I come in today," he said, and he come in and he seen them cab over Macs all lined down along the fence. That's where he put the bobtails, you know. Down at the bottom, we had the trailers loaded, flatbed loads of lumber going to North Carolina, a bunch of empty. By the time they got there, empty chip wagons in the bottom. This is up in West Virginia, by the way. Well, he says, the fog started clearing up, and he realized something. He'd come in, and backed in between these 2 trailers, run over the neighbor's fence, chain link fence, and backed it right on top of the little swing set. And he says, "That's the last person I'm going to have you train." I said, "That's perfectly all right with me." And it wasn't so. The best one still yet, I guess, is the one where that old boy, his wife did not want him in trucking. He climbs in that CH Mac I had, throws 9 bags of groceries in the truck. And one of them's got cold cuts. And I said, "Buddy, I don't have a refrigerator in that truck." And he says, "That's all right. My wife doesn't want me to stop it anywhere. She wants me to stay in the truck and eat and all that." We're going down the road. He said, "Well, there's cold cuts down there." He said, "We're going to throw them away by tomorrow noon anyway. So have yourself, eat what you want." So I'm reaching there, getting a pack of Oscar Mayer hot dogs. I can do this. I can snag on it. Well, I reach down there and pull out a pack of Trojans. I look over at him. I said, "Now, buddy, you don't plan on using any of these in here, do you?" And he started laughing. He said, No. He goes, "My wife she believes it's like Smokey and the Bandit. She wanted to, and she wanted to make sure that we stayed safe. And what was funny is we're going down a little bit later. I said, "Hey, buddy, I got an idea." And he goes, "What?" We were heading back. It's in the ice storm and everything. I had dual whip antennas on this thing. I looked over to him. I said, "I got an idea." He goes, "What?" I said, "We're going to open that box of condoms. We're going to put 2 of them condoms on both of them whip antennas, and then you'll hand them to your wife saying you need a refill." He goes, "Oh no, I won't." I said, "Yeah. All you got to do is tell her we found out those things weren't good on keeping ice off of the whip antennas." He said, "No, you don't know my wife." He didn't stay in trucking long, because I did find out one thing about trucking, and a lot of these guys, they end up failing. They'd probably be a lifetime good trucker, but if you ain't got a family or a wife that will back you up in this industry, you really ain't got a chance. And there's something even worse than that, is it leads to a lot of divorces where guys choose a career over the family. So anybody out there, it's something to consider. But I think this yellow freight deal is it's a steal. To get an education like that, where you're coming off the street and then you're getting, you're probably making what, $60,000 a year. I think that's a pretty good deal at any cost. So, other than that, we're going to sit back, enjoy the show, and copy the mail. How about it?
There you go. Well, thanks for sharing. All right, driver experience. No wonder that guy didn't spend a lot of time in trucking, right? It is 22 past the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it, 25 past the hour. Looks like more not good news in the cryptocurrency world. It's just been a rash of bad news. They've been on a roll. There's, I guess the announcement, a major cryptocurrency hedge fund known as Three Arrows Capital has fallen into liquidation, according to CNBC. This one of the biggest casualties of the latest so-called crypto winter. Crypto winter that Inbred Redneck was telling us about the other night. I'll give you the rest of the story coming up here. First, want to get back to the calls there, see what's going on with... It's the Little Rambler. Hey there.
Good morning, Steve. A happy 4th of July.
Are you ready for the big weekend, are you?
I am. I actually went and seen a fireworks show today.
They have one already?
Yeah, at my church I go to on Wednesdays.
Okay, all right. So kind of getting an early start for the Independence Day weekend, huh?
Yeah, I am.
So what takes place at the Rambler household Independence Day weekend? Y'all get together, cook you up some burgers, some hot dogs. What do y'all do?
Well, we're gonna have it like our dinner at the 30. Since my mom is going to somebody's house for their birthday because their birthday is on 4th of July.
All right, and how about that? Born on the 4th of July, just like the movie.
Ooh, I was laughing at Chevy guy.
So what's going on tonight? You just hanging up, tuning in?
I'm just tuning in. I can't sleep.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yep. I think Daddy may be calling in here shortly. He said, I know he's on board tonight. I guess had a flat tire tonight. He's probably running behind a little bit.
Yeah, he did. God bless him.
It's been like one thing after another, hasn't it?
Yeah. I'm supposed to be a senior.
So one year to go, huh?
Yes. Class of 2023.
There you go. All right. Well, congratulations. What's the plans thereafter? What are we gonna do? You looking at college, or you're gonna drive a truck?
I am.
Are you?
I am.
Dad hasn't talked you out of it?
Nope.
Okay. I'm surprised he hadn't. All right. Well, hey, a Little Rambler, it's good to hear from you. Thanks for hanging out with us and being a part of the show. And yeah, we'll say hi to Daddy whenever he dials us up at 844-844-3388. About a minute before news break, bottom of the hour coming on here. I know for those who suffer diabetes, I know some friends who were talking about the prices for insulin that have been kind of going up and up and up, skyrocketing in recent years. I see an update this past today. The French drug maker Sanofi announcing that uninsured diabetes patients in the United States will pay no more than $35 for a 30-day supply of insulin. This in the wake of heightened public scrutiny over the soaring prices. Sanofi said this new price, down from the prior out-of-pocket cost of $99, goes into effect on Friday, July 1. Lawmakers have been pulling up healthcare companies over the rising cost of insulin. And here back in March, the House actually passed a bill that put a lid on the out-of-pocket insulin cost for those with health insurance at $35. According to the 2020 Commonwealth Fund study, about 2/3 of uninsured insulin users ages 18 to 64 paid the full price, an average of $900 a month. Wow. I can see how they're saying, if you're a diabetic, how can you afford? That's damn near a house payment for some. So Sanofi and Eli Lilly and Company and the Novo Nordisk make up 90% of the market for insulin here in the USA. Well, you know what? $35 a month is a hell of a lot better than $900 a month. All right, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Finland and Sweden are joining NATO as a direct outcome of threats from Russia's Vladimir Putin. That's according to White House security spokesperson John Kirby. He discussed the new NATO members on Wednesday.
This is not about posing a threat to Russia or anyone else. It's about defense and only about defense. They have a lot of very advanced capabilities that they're now going to be able to devote to the alliance.
A new poll shows an overwhelming and growing majority of Americans say the U.S. is heading in the wrong direction. That number includes nearly 8 in 10 Democrats. The poll by the Associated Press NORC Center for Public Affairs Research suggests President Joe Biden faces fundamental challenges as he tries to motivate voters to cast ballots for Democrats in November's midterm elections. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There we are, back at it here. What else on the list? Oh, yeah, the cryptocurrency thing. Yeah, boy, oh, boy. Three Arrows Capital has fallen into liquidation, they say. Let's see. Teneo has been brought on board in the last few days to deal with the liquidation process. According to the report, Sky News was the first to report this liquidation story. Three Arrows Capital, or 3AC as it is also known, had no comment when contacted by CNBC. Teneo is in the very early stages of the liquidation process. Teneo is a restructuring firm that takes steps to realize the assets that 3AC has. Then it'll set up a website in the next day or two with instructions on how creditors can get in touch to make any claims. All right, one of the most prominent crypto hedge funds, apparently. A slump in digital currency prices, which has seen billions of dollars wiped off the market in recent weeks, has obviously impacted 3AC and exposed a liquidity crisis at the company. On Monday, 3AC defaulted on a loan from Voyager Digital, made up of $350 million in the U.S. dollar-pegged stablecoin, USDC, and 15,250 Bitcoin, which would be valued at about $304.5 million at yesterday's price. Well, Financial Times reported earlier this month that the U.S.-based crypto lenders, BlockFi and Genesis, had already liquidated some of 3AC's positions. There's a margin call. 3AC had borrowed from BlockFi but could not meet the margin call. That's where an investor has to commit more funds to avoid losses on a trade made with borrowed cash. Now, so this is the latest, I guess. Now this sparks contagion fears to parts of the market that could potentially be exposed to the company. And they're not the first. It's the crypto winter, as they describe it. See what's going on with Horse Feathers this morning. Hey there.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking the call. Oh, little Rambler's awake and can't sleep. He can come drive for me for a while. I've been ready for a nap for about the last 2 hours, so I can get a little shut-eye there and You can just ride this thing down the road because, as Heatwave says, you know, these things, you don't really drive them anymore. You just put them in gear and get them to speed and push the cruise control and hang on to the steering wheel.
Yeah.
It is most sophisticated truck I've ever driven, and I'm the most disassociated with it than I've ever been with any other vehicle I've ever driven in my life. They're just you don't do anything for it other than get it up to speed and hang on to the steering wheel, and it just pretty much it does its own thing, and you're just meeting the seat, just holding the wheel. And you don't require an operator to really get it down the road. Just somebody to guide it and point it, and it'll pretty much do it by itself. But anyways, hey, speaking of meat, there did you see that story I forwarded you there about?
Yeah,
vegan
what is the
meat
deal with that? Vegan meat that it tastes like human meat. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
It's supposed to taste like human flesh. Now, where do you get taste testers to come up with to be able to identify that, the vegan burger they're putting in their mouth is like taking a bite out of the neighbor there? Or no, what was the guy that had all the body parts in the freezer? We've had it with these people, How do you put that on a job application, Your Honor?
I guess you go to Hannibal Lecter.
Flesh.
Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, exactly. I know what human flesh tastes like, so I can test your product. But I thought that was pretty funny there. So I wonder what the lifespan of that is. You're just talking about shelf life there with Chevy guy there about the cold cuts and that there with no refrigerator. I wonder what the shelf life is on these vegan
Now,
stuff
this is
here.
not supposed to be some sort of some of a satirical. I mean, it's from the Washington Examiner, right? It's a legitimate story.
Yeah.
For-
It's across all the news sources. So anyways, hey, you remember that whole Freddie Gray deal there? We're going to completely change subjects here.
Yeah.
You remember that Freddie Gray deal there where he had the rough ride and got all banged up
Sure.
and all that, and they caused all the riots and all. So I have the TV on there, and that Inside Edition's on, and I don't put a whole lot of value in it anyways, but it was just on because the TV was on, and they were showing there's another one out there that I didn't catch the name and I didn't catch where, but this guy got a rough ride and wasn't secured in the police paddy wagon there, but apparently he was handcuffed and didn't have any way to brace himself and got bounced around and ended up with a broken neck and everything. So I don't know if this is going to be another deal that comes down the line now where it was or how long ago it's been, because sometimes they report stuff that's a year old or something,
Right.
because they don't have anything else better to fill the time with other than that 25-year-old chick there thinks she knows everything about Donald Trump, and the last time he had the Charmin out or something, I don't know. But anyways, I don't know. Did he use the Charmin in the right direction? Did he wipe forward or backward? Which way did it go, Your Honor?
Oh boy.
I'm sure she knows. So, or she was told. But anyways, yeah. So I don't know if you can look up anything. As I say, it was on last night's program. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't even talk about it because it hasn't developed into any rioting or anything yet. So maybe somebody missed it there on the other side that that hasn't really come out yet. But and anyways, you're talking about the elections and everything. I guess Baltimore City is still short a whole bunch of election judges. The facility people that are supposed to maintain the order of the vote and everything and the security of it. And they said they're still holding training classes for that, and I guess they must be as good as that yellow job there because they were paying people to train to do that, and if they hire you on, they pay you $200 a day, Your Honor. Now, is that just for the day of the primary day and election day, or do you get do you have to go and be there other places? I know Becky was involved with this out there in Ohio, but I didn't know, so, I mean, does it end up being like a full-time job from now until Election Day, and you're getting paid $200 a day to do this? Or I'm just kind of curious on that, It might not be too bad a gig, but they said they still said they have a lot of positions that won't be filled for the polling places. And I know the last election they actually had to close polling places down because they didn't have enough people to operate them.
Wow.
So they were making people go to different jurisdictions to cast their ballot and all that. But and then on the way, I don't know how many mailboxes there were on the way that everybody could drop off all those extra mail-in ballots that they needed to on the way to the other jurisdiction.
Oh, for the mules.
Now wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's speculation there on my part, isn't it, Your Honor?
That's misinformation. Misinformation. You're going to have us in Facebook jail.
Probably. Yep, I will. So I'm sorry. Apologize about that. But, anyways, I don't know. That's about all we got going for you. There's not a whole lot going on. Things are kind of quiet. Traffic's kind of business as normal. Don't see a whole lot of craziness going on. And so,
give it about 24 hours, right?
Yeah, all guaranteed without a doubt. But as I say, if Little Rambler wants a little experience or something there, he's more than welcome to come up here and guide this one for me for a while there. I'll sit back, take a nap. I don't have a problem with that. So, but weather looks good. Guess we're supposed to be pushing well into the 90s today. I guess they said it was 90 at the airport during the day yesterday, and be up over 90 today and tomorrow, and who knows what on the weekend when the showers and thunderstorms and unsettled atmosphere and all that stuff's all supposed to begin. And so I guess we'll get our share of that nasty weather. It's really been pretty quiet this year. We really haven't had a whole lot go on. Only had a couple thunderstorms really out of everything, and really hasn't developed a whole lot. We had one storm there to produce us a little bit of rain, but other than that, we've all been in pretty good shape there. So
good deal.
Other than that, I guess we'll let you get out there and look for some intelligent callers and see what we can do, and sit back and listen to the show, and we'll catch you later.
All right. Be safe out there. Have a good night. Pay attention to what you're doing, right? That truck does not drive itself. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home.
Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, he wasn't kidding about the vegan burger. The story said it tastes like human meat. Human meat? I'm thinking Soylent Green, yeah? Remember that movie? All right, the gentleman earlier brought up Louisville, Kentucky. And the rest of the story from WAVE out of Louisville. The multi-state manhunt that started in Tennessee after a man was accused of shooting a police officer ends in Louisville after shots are fired leading to the suspect's death. Nashville police confirming Tuesday 34-year-old Samuel Quentin Edwards died in exchange of gunfire with Kentucky State Police Tuesday evening in Louisville. Edwards was wanted in connection to a shooting injuring a police officer in Hendersonville, Tennessee on Monday night, apparently. Police said they initiated a traffic stop in Hendersonville when he drove away, fired several shots at an officer while continuing the pursuit. That pursuit continued with the assistance of Metro Nashville police as he continued to fire multiple shots at Officer Cameron Farrell. One of those rounds hit Farrell. He has since been released from the hospital and is recovering at home. So the officer's going to be okay. But following the pursuit Tuesday night around 8 p.m. on Dixie Highway, police said a shootout occurred between Edwards and Kentucky State Police, with Edwards being killed in the crossfire. Following the car accident at an intersection, Blake Curran and her boyfriend were stopped in their car with nowhere to take cover, and they captured the gunfire on video, posting it to social media. Said, I saw police draw their weapons, and I'm like, oh my goodness, they got their guns out. So what's going on? And literally that same second, as that crossed my mind, the shots began to ring out. I mean, it was insane. All right. Thank you for the update there, though, about 7 before the hour. Here on a Thursday, let's get back to the calls. Who we got online here? Somebody who drives for Yellow, I believe it is, and wants to talk about the program we were discussing earlier. Is this, what's the handle?
CB.
Hey, what's going on, CB?
Hey, we're you guys were talking about the yellow driver training. I got a little information. We had a guy that he did go through it, and as far as him saying it was being committed, to having to be committed, he had nothing that he could say about that. But he went training or orientation in Phoenix, then he went through his training in Kansas City, and they pay everything. They give you a lease car when you get there, and they pay for your meals, they pay for the motel. I thought he said 17 something an hour they give them while they're training,
and I believe CB lost his cell.
Then he went.
All right, you're back again. All right, you broke up there for a moment.
Okay. Where was we at?
You got to the $17 an hour.
Okay, $17 an hour. Then he went up to Burnsville, Minnesota, and learned the computer stuff on the scales and stuff. And then he went to Owatonna. He was Owatonna, Minnesota, but he's initially in Jackson, which we call the Worthington Terminal, and he's working out of there. But he did train with drivers and stuff like that. He was fresh out of there, but he said that the way I understand it is he had nothing that say that he was committed to stay there.
I'll be darned.
So, but I'm assuming that, $17 an hour to train, and you're getting all your training and stuff, and of course, there's states that you have to drive a stick, or if you have the automated manual transmission, that you have to stay with that, So, but that's what he said, that he had no commitment to it.
How about that? Okay, very interesting.
Yep. So, but yeah, I work for the same company Heat Wave does, other than we had different names. We're all changing to One Yellow, right?
Yep, that's it. Yep.
Okay, well, that's all I got for you.
Appreciate you chiming in. Thanks for being a listener, CB. And see, we're heading toward news update, top of the hour. I think we did not briefly touch on last evening. Yeah, we did mention the fact that the United Arab Emirates had announced, they're pumping about as much oil as they can pump. So if Biden wants to ask us to pump more, I'm sorry about your luck. Apparently, on the sidelines of the G7 summit, I guess there was a media outlet that actually, like Reuters television, overheard, right, a conversation between French President Emmanuel Macron with Joe Biden, where Macron says, I got some bad news. He said he spoke to the Sheikh Mohammed, and he had informed him that OPEC's top oil exporters are already at their production maximum. He says, quote, I had a call with MBZ, overheard by Reuters TV. He told me two things. I'm at a maximum production capacity. That's what he claims. Then he said the Saudis can increase by about 150,000 barrels per day, maybe a little bit more, but they don't have any huge capacities for like 6 months. United Arab Emirates top energy official responded to the report saying, we are producing near maximum capacity. In light of the recent media reports, he said, I'd like to clarify that the UAE is producing near to our maximum production capacity based on its current OPEC plus production baseline. So Macron's claims kind of go against the official data if it is true. That, as we were talking last evening, that could mean more problems for the global oil market. I believe Biden is still slated to here in a few weeks. So sometime in July, he's supposed to be heading over to Saudi Arabia. Remember, of course, he said this is not about oil. There's a number of things we're going to discuss. It's not about oil. Yeah, right. He's going to be going over there, seeing what they can do to try to boost production. And with that, what do we hit? Looks like we're rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, which would be the 3 o'clock hour in the Eastern time zone. And our number is 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. Supreme Court handed a huge win to the Republican Party heading into the 2022 elections. It sided with the Louisiana state legislature to allow the state's Republican-drawn congressional map to remain in place for the midterms. A federal judge had previously ruled the Republican-drawn map violated the Voting Rights Act and ordered lawmakers to redraw the state's 6 congressional districts. The victory may be temporary, as the court said they will take up this case and a similar one in Alabama in the court's next term. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin flew to New York last week to meet privately with GOP mega donors in Manhattan. Off the Press reports that's a move that underscores recent hints that the Republican is considering a run for president in 2024. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is continuing to push back against illegal immigrants coming across his border.
The big rig used in this week's deadly smuggling attempt in Texas wasn't searched at several highway checkpoints, despite the fact dozens of illegal immigrants were packed in the back. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott says the state is taking steps to fix that security loophole.
I'm announcing that Texas is going to add additional truck checkpoints.
He says border agents are being taken off the line to work processing centers. He believes that led to the security lapse that allowed the 18-wheeler to make it to San Antonio. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is facing serious political unknowns heading into November's midterm elections. Of the 49 House lawmakers who will not run for re-election, 32 of them are Democrats. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
One Asian country is in desperate need of humanitarian help.
The International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies are reporting more than 7 million people in Bangladesh are in desperate need of shelter and emergency relief. The agency said this is the worst flooding to hit South Asia in living memory. Hundreds of thousands of homes near the Bangladesh-India border are underwater. Over 200 people in both countries have died since the floods began in April. Bangladesh is between India and Myanmar. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Fed Chairman Jerome Powell said there's no guarantee that the central bank can engineer a soft landing for the U.S. economy. On Wednesday, Powell said, quote, "We think that there are pathways for us to achieve the path back to 2% inflation while still retaining a strong labor market." Unquote. As Americans struggle with rising food and gas prices, Powell remained upbeat about the current health of the economy. Washington, D.C.'s Metro warned that customers could face wait times of up to an hour on July 4th as the transit agency grapples with a reduced number of rail cars on one of its busiest days of the year. The agency sidelined about 60% of its fleet in October after a train derailment revealed defects in Metro's 7000 series rail cars, causing delays across the rail system that persist nearly 9 months later. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So what's on the slate for your holiday weekend? Independence Day weekend. Obviously, a lot of folks hitting the highways, right? I'm looking here at the breakdown. It kind of intrigued me. One of my Facebook friends, Cliff, said I'm going to be heading out Saturday with the wife and a few friends for what we're going to call the Great South Central Ohio Hamburger Diner Tour. You what? We're going to stop at 11 diners covering about 267 miles in 7 counties, from Middletown to Lima and Greenville to Urbana, Ohio. Plan is to have a single cheeseburger or the closest thing to it from each stop. All right, I can see maybe stop 1, stop 2. Dude, who the hell can consume 11 burgers? Maybe you just take a few bites from each one. I mean, you see, they got the itinerary he laid out here. Said, started at 9:15. Kay's Hamburgers in Troy, Ohio. That's up there in Moose's neck of the woods, right? He's got the breakdown. 36-minute drive, about 27 miles. They'll head down to Urbana. To, is it Craybills? Then next up, Benjamin's, the Burger Master in Dayton. Then it's on to the Jug in Middletown, the Hamburger Wagon in Miamisburg, Ohio, followed by the Bulldog Diner in West Milton. Then the Route 571 Diner. Let's see, Made Right in Greenville. Then it's off to the Spot in Signey. And there's, next stop is in Lima, Ohio. Whatever that is, at Kenneppee. Clancy's Hamburgers, and then it's off to the Home 20, about 7:30 p.m. He's got the time for each one. About one stop an hour is what it breaks down to. So that's curious. He said, well, we'll post pictures of the trip, and we'll crown the ultimate burger champion sometime next week. So that's pretty wild. Trying to remember. Yeah, Moose's Kay's Burgers. Is that the joint you sent your friends that you ran into out there at the camper? Didn't you send them to Kay's and they comped their meal or something because they were driving Moose's Cadillac and they recognized it. Anybody that the Moose is willing to let drive that vehicle, it's on us. How about that? But that's an interesting way to spend part of your holiday weekend. It is 844-3388. What's on your mind this morning, Philip? Big plans for your weekend, or you got to be working there at Disney running the monorail, or what?
Tomorrow I'm working at Walmart. Saturday I work at Walmart, and I'll be back at Disney on Sunday. I'll be at Polynesian on Sunday. Be at Polynesian all next week, 4th of July. I'll be there too as well. So if you're at the Walt Disney World and you want to ride the monorail, go over to the Polynesian, and I'll see you there.
How about that? Okay.
So I did the oil change yesterday, Steve. I put the Stiction Eliminator in. The one thing I'm noticing with the additive, be it the fuel or the Stiction Eliminator, it seems like it's getting up to power quicker now. I don't know if that Chris pushes that or not in his endorsement for it, but it just seems like to me that's getting up to power more quicker. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, it's like it's got a lot more torque in it, and acceleration when it getting up to power. So, but it's doing fine. My trip computer it's right up there. Usually on a first oil change, it usually takes a few miles to break it in, but it's hitting it right on the knob, man. It's not doing bad. So, still got the transmission to do, Steve. I'm doing that. I'll probably do that tomorrow. I got to go by and pick the tranny fluid up from the Honda for it. It's got a special tranny fluid. So, but other than that, it's doing good. Did you hear we had 2 rockets going off yesterday and today?
Nope. Give me the update. What's the full report?
Well, yesterday SpaceX launched one. I didn't get to see it. It's a CubeSat satellite, and then today ULA they're doing a Space Force. They're doing two satellites for Space Force. So that's going to be at 6 o'clock this afternoon. The other one was at 5 o'clock yesterday. I didn't get to see it. I was too busy changing oil in the car and taking care of things with the car. But, it looked like everything looked real clean. It was a nice, clean shot. I went back and saw the replay. And by the way, Steve, did you get a chance to see that footage of that missile attack on that mall in Ukraine?
No, sir.
If you get a chance, check out the footage. They've got the footage of that missile hitting that mall over there in Ukraine. That was some crazy stuff. They showed a park, just a park, people out walking in the park, and had a little pond in the park, and this guy and this lady were walking around the park, and when that thing blew up that mall, the concussion came across the park. You can actually see it throwing debris. Scared the guy so bad he rolled on the ground, and then he jumped in the lake and then had to get out of the lake. But there was debris everywhere. I mean, this park was probably about 2 blocks away from it, and that debris from it was pretty huge. I mean, it was like parts of the roof and whatnot coming across there. That's some crazy footage. And then there's another footage of it that actually you see the missile actually going right in. I mean, you just see it actually carrying right in.
Wow.
I know a lot of the media is carrying. I know they were carrying it yesterday on Good Morning America, and they were stopping it where you could actually see the missile and the color on it, what model it was, and all that stuff. I don't know if it was hypersonic or not, but it looked kind of like a hypersonic one to me. But that's just me. But I'd have to look at it really close up. But I think that's crazy that he's doing that. That's proof right there, just that one picture that what he's doing, that's a war crime. What do you think, Steve?
Well, I mean, he's done there's been plenty of war crimes already. Absolutely.
I mean, all the stuff that Ukraine is documenting. Ukraine has actually got a investigation crew that goes out when they hear reports of anything, and they're recording it and taking pictures and whatnot. And my question is, why haven't they got this guy yet? If he's, I mean, they would have went after Hitler back in the day. What's going on here? I don't know. I don't get it. So, but looks like it's going to be another hot day. We're about 78 right now down here, so we'll probably get up into the mid-90s today. So that's all I got today, Steve. I appreciate you having me on. You have a good one.
All right, thank you much. Yeah, Kyle's down there, by the way. He's down in Tampa, though, so he's up north of you there. It was 88 at the midnight hour there in Tampa this morning. And what is 844-844-3388. We're woke in America. Woke. The latest comes from Cornell University, the library there. In this case, it's a bust of Abraham Lincoln and a plaque of the Gettysburg Address removed. Someone complained, and it's gone. According to the Cornell biology professor, speaking to the College Fix, the bust of Lincoln and the bronzed plaque of the former president's historic 1863 address had been in the library where the university's Division of Rare and Manuscripts collection is located since 2013. Wayne said he noticed the display was missing a few weeks ago and asked the librarians what happened. He was told the display was removed after some type of complaint. That's all they could tell him. Fox News reached out to the communications team of Cornell, and they said the display was a temporary exhibit installed to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the Gettysburg Address in 2013. Lincoln's bust was part of a temporary exhibit on the 150th anniversary of the Gettysburg Address That was, again, on display at the Rare and Manuscripts Collection from 2013 to 2021. Cornell proudly possesses one of 5 known copies of the Gettysburg Address in Lincoln's hand. The original is safely sequestered. There's a digital facsimile on permanent display. Okay. Valley did not respond to the request for comment on the claim that librarians had told him the display was removed after a complaint. Yeah, we also reached out to the school's library inquiring about that claim, but received no response. Photos of where the display was once held show that it is now just an empty display. It's barren. And please, I'd be more inclined in this day and age. Somebody probably did make a complaint. All right, we gotta remove that because we're woke. And back to, is that the Shadow Chaser, I believe? Morning, Shadow Chaser.
Morning, Steve. Got it right for a change, huh?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Ready for the long weekend?
I guess. I don't think it's going to be a very special weekend for us this weekend. Yeah, wife's trying to convince me to take her down to Tennessee. She's got an uncle that's not doing well at all, probably won't be with us for another week or two, and she's going to go down and try to help her aunt to take care of him. So, and I'm kind of dreading the fact that it's probably about a 5-6 hour drive one way, looking to drive down and drive back. She was going to fly, but this weekend, obviously airline flights are through the roof if you could even get an empty seat right now. So that's probably good.
Hey, I was going to say, when I first started driving, I drove dump truck, and a good friend of mine, he drove a milk tanker for this guy part-time, and my dad was going probably through truck driving school, and he said, why do you do that? Just come with me, and I'll drive down, you drive back, and that was it. That's all it took, Steve.
Yeah, she's talking about, well, she said, well, if you take me down when you get off Friday morning, I'm like, oh, my God. I said, honey, Friday? It's good. I mean, you talk about the craziness on the interstate. I don't want to be out in that mess.
Yeah, like I was saying, see, when I started driving truck, I drove dump truck. A good friend of mine said, I was going to go truck driving school. Dad's going to put me through it. And he said, why do that? Ride with me. And he drove part-time hauling milk. He drove down there, and I drove back. That was it.
Yeah.
21 years old, and I just turned 71, so I've been out here for a while.
All righty. So he didn't spend much time in the career, did he?
No.
That's it.
Hey, I got a question for these freight haulers. The other day, I was coming across in Dan Ryan, the Skyway, there's an R&L, FedEx, Dayton freight truck. All three of them, all three lanes looked like they was drag racing. I don't know who won before you got to the toll booth. Looks like all three of them trying to get there first.
Huh, okay.
I just wonder if they do that to see who's going to get the freight delivered first.
Interesting question. All right. Well, Shadow Chaser, have a great weekend and be safe out there. And thanks for checking in here this Thursday morning. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we were talking about the crypto winter, the crypto nightmare. Today, like $2 trillion has been wiped out since like the first of the year. So, Dan brings up a good point. He said, "Man, Steve, I really feel bad for the Buccaneers fan, guy that had Tom Brady's football, and he gave it back, and Tom paid him with some crypto coins." You're right about it. Now, I don't know if it was Bitcoin or one of those that have just really lost all their value. And he said, what about the NFL player who did his contract with the Bitcoin? he may be playing for free soon. Yeah, Bitcoin is, last I checked, it was still holding right there about the $20,000 mark. It's been kind of locked in there for a number of days now, but hey, dude, we got on the line at 844-844-3388. Not seeing a name, so who we got?
It's Bolt.
Well, hello.
I'm checking in for the first time.
Well, hello, Bolt. First time for everything then. How the heck are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you, bud?
Oh, can't complain. Big plans for your Independence Day weekend, or just you're going to chill out at the home 20 there? Or?
Probably going to chill out the home 20.
Yeah.
I remember Dad mentioning about, I think it was last night or the other night, about the firecrackers thing. And I got to tell you that he did it again this time, and it's worse.
Oh, boy.
So he decided he was going to add more gunpowder to the firecrackers, and I told him not to do it. Well, he didn't listen to me.
Of course.
He set them off and left a 12-inch hole in the ground.
12-inch hole?
Yeah, 12-inch hole this time.
Nice.
I told him, Dad, that's too much gunpowder. And he's like, no, it ain't. What do you do with him?
Well, makes a hell of a boom, though, right?
Oh, yeah. It woke the neighbors. The dogs were barking everywhere. And I swear I heard somebody yell, Gilligan, you're at it again. Off in the distance. Oh, Lord. But I gotta love him. He's my dad.
There you go.
He's out there listening right now. I'll tell him, hey, Dad, I hope you're driving safe. Yep. We tried to call in earlier, but I lost him earlier, but it happens.
Yep, there
He
you go.
entered the dead zone on me. About the Gettysburg Address thing you mentioned earlier, you gotta please all the snowflakes out there. Like, you can't please everybody, but there's some people that are going to complain, and it's why.
Yep.
Like, They're all like that. There's people like that out there.
I hear that there are colleges right now that are offering mental health counseling for those students who are just so upset over the Roe versus Wade decision from the Supreme Court. They need mental health counseling.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, it is what it is with that.
Can't make this stuff up.
I'm just neutral on the matter. That's the way I am with it. I'm just like, I don't want to have an opinion. I'm just like, You get what I mean?
Well, because it's like on that particular issue, opinions, for 50 years, it's been adamantly for or adamantly against, and there's no really winning the argument. If someone doesn't feel like you do, it ain't worth wasting your breath trying to convince them otherwise. But here's the stories. Safe spaces. I need my safe space. Safe spaces are back at the colleges, offering mental health counseling for those who need help coping with the Supreme Court decision. According to the report, colleges are making quick moves to assist their progressive students. That's the loony left students. Washington's Evergreen State College president says, "We know that today's news may trigger difficult feelings. Services from the police department, the suicide prevention hotline, mental health services, and urgent care clinics are being offered to assist you." The suicide prevention hotline, are you kidding me? It's just University of Wisconsin-Madison, the interim chancellor there, urging students and faculty to seek support and community in ways that feel right for you. This is a period of uncertainty as the new legal status for abortion access in Wisconsin is interpreted and challenged. Wisconsin has pre-Roe versus Wade bans on abortion dating all the way back to the 1840s, but the Democrat governor has vowed to ignore that law. Of course, California, the largest blue state, and unlike to change any stance on abortion with the Democrat-controlled legislature there. But University of California system schools are urging those that are unwell to seek some help to validate your feelings. We are deeply troubled by the long-term ramifications for reproductive rights following the Supreme Court opinion. That's the University of San Diego. Students seeking immediate mental health and coping support can reach out to our counseling and psychological services. UC Irvine also tweeted an image that called for donations to abortion funding and abortion clinics. Yeah, for some, today marks a day that struck them with heavy news and a look into serious potential future struggles. Allow yourself to express and process your emotions. Your feelings are valid. My. Are you kidding me? All over a Supreme Court decision that really just sends this back to the states, as we know. But it's like the end of the world for some of these people. Really, we got to, fire up the suicide prevention hotline. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. Supreme Court handed a huge win to the Republican Party heading into the 2022 elections. It sided with the Louisiana state legislature to allow the state's Republican-drawn congressional map to remain in place for the midterms. A federal judge had previously ruled the Republican-drawn map violated the Voting Rights Act and ordered lawmakers to redraw the state's 6 congressional districts. The victory may be temporary, as the court said they will take up this case and a similar one in Alabama in the courts next term. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin flew to New York last week to meet privately with GOP mega donors in Manhattan. Off the Press reports that's a move that underscores recent hints that the Republican is considering a run for president in 2024. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey, this is Al Robertson with my dad, Phil. One of the things that we've noticed is, people start losing their hair many times early in life. Now, Dad, you managed to hang on to yours. Have you got some secret?
Yeah, get on this Keeps hair. You'll be a hairy guy like me.
I've got a little gap coming up on top of mine, so I know the hair loss sometimes can be a touchy subject with guys, and so what Keeps does is help you hang on to your hair. It's clinically proven. It's FDA approved. They have hair treatments available online. They have a physician there, so make sure you get the right product for you. Make sure it's safe. There's no waiting rooms. There's no pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost. That's half the cost. If you have any questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So if you're a little tired of those balding jokes, go to keeps.com/Phil. 50% off your first order. That's KEEPS.com/Phil, PHIL. Keeps.com/Phil. Hang on to your hair.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I don't know how many times they've told people if you purchase a Tesla and it's got the whole driver assist, and more manufacturers having that technology. Technically, that Subaru I purchased has a feature which I have not yet activated, which supposedly if you're on the highway or whatever, it's got the lane assist. And the guy at the dealership was explaining to me, he said, you may not like it because it'll actually, kind of take the wheel out of your hand. If you're getting too close to a lane, or it'll pull you back into your lane. I haven't even tried it yet. Tesla reporting 273 crashes involving the partially automated driver assist system. According to the safety regulators here about a week or two, they cautioned against using the numbers to compare automakers, saying, we didn't weigh them by the number of vehicles from each manufacturer that use these systems or how many miles these vehicles traveled. But the automakers reported crashes to the agency from July of last year through May 15 of this year. And Tesla's crashes happened while vehicles were using the autopilot, the full self-driving, traffic-aware cruise control, or other assisted system, driver assist systems that have some control over speed and steering. Now, they say there's about 830,000 vehicles with that system or those type of systems on the road. The next closest of a dozen automakers that reported crashes was Honda with 90. Now, Honda has about 6 million vehicles on the road with these systems. Subaru, there you go. Subaru was next with 10. And all the other automakers reported 5 or less. I don't know. So kind of the question, why 273 with Tesla and other automakers with many more vehicles on the road with many less crashes? I guess they're trying to decipher this all. In June of last year, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration told more than 100 automakers and automated vehicle tech companies they had to report serious crashes within 1 day of learning about them, and then to disclose the less serious crashes within 15 days of the following month. All right, as we gather more data, the Traffic Highway Safety Administration is going to try to better identify some emerging risks or trends, try to learn more about how these technologies are actually performing in the real world. Now, they did say about 5 people were killed in those crashes involving the driver assist systems. 6 others were seriously hurt. But either way, Tesla's crashes accounted for nearly 70% of all the reports by the dozen automakers. Again, if you've got it's called full driver assist, but you're told Keep your hands on the wheel, and you have to be ready to take control at any time the vehicle's moving. Okay, back to the phones we go, and let's see who we got on the line.
Well, good morning, Steve.
Monkey Gouger.
Yeah. I hear somebody call my name a while ago, so I feel better call in and clear up this here question about where I'm from.
You ain't no owner-operator. Yeah, is it North Carolina? You're South Carolina, right?
Yeah, I'm South Carolina. I live down in the islands. I was raised up in the islands. John Island, James Island, Kiowa Island, Edistore, Ravendale, and Hollywood. So that I answer his question where I was from. I'm a Geechee. I'm down in the Geechee country, the low country down there.
But you're not actually.
Steve,
you're not actually near the coast, are you? You're like, is it central, or what part of the state's that in?
Well, see, where I was raised up down there, I was right on the water down there.
Okay.
But you know, we moved inland up there, living in the big town of Pinewood, South Carolina. Now, population 600. That's where we living now. But everybody want to know where I got my accent. That's where it come from. Now, I ain't no damn Goose Creek. They ain't no true South Carolinians. Goose Creek, they ain't nothing but transplant down there. They come all up to New York, all up in there, take over down there. But, Steve, we got a situation here, Bo.
Uh-oh, what's going on?
We got an ice shortage in West Texas.
Ice?
Ice. ICE. They got an ice shortage in Freona, Texas. They ain't one of them jiffy stores. Nowhere got a bag of ice.
Huh.
They said they ain't had a delivery of no ice. Them big yellow stores, you know, they said they ain't had a delivery in 2 weeks of no ice. I reckon they gonna create an ice shortage now. But
okay.
you talking about all them crashes? Did you see last week? I think I sent you the link where they have reported 450 crashes, some involving death, with this damn autonomous truck they trying to roll out.
Wow.
450, you know, and I thought, damn, man. I said, this is, you know, that they took the big wheel away from us. You remember when Honda had that big red three-wheeler because there's a couple people got killed on them things? Well, I think 450 crashes, that they needed to be doing some investigation and get these dangerous damn things off the road. But that's the way I look at it, you know, and Tesla, and I think them other car companies is covering up some stuff. I really do. I don't think they report everything that's happened. They got on old Tesla over there because he took up with Donald Trump and all that, and now they try to throw him up under the bus. And all of a sudden, you know, Tesla was going to be one of the hottest things going when he was on the Democrat side. He come over here on the Republican side. Now they try to trash his damn car. Because, I mean, you know, everybody I talked to that own one of them pieces of junk said they ain't happy with it. So, you know, most of the people that did get them, you know, in the summertime, top mileage was like 250, 300 miles running the air conditioning and all that. They went back to gas power.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing that I heard today that knocked my socks off, and I don't know if you've seen it yet or not, but they had an interview. You know, those woke up people, they telling the women that don't have no more sex. They just cut them off. Don't have no sex. And you know, that's what got us in this problem to start off with, all this free love, and then them old gals get pregnant and had them abortions and stuff, causing all this trouble. You know, they go back to being celibate, they won't have that trouble. But some of the things that was said today on that interview, I could not believe what them people were saying. I said, what has this country come to? You know, I mean, it has stooped to a new low on these people thinking they gonna get that, them woke communities that they gonna get their way. Well, I'm sorry, but they ain't gonna get their way. It ain't gonna go back the way it was. It's done, and it's over with. So, you know, wake up in your little mamby-pamby land, wherever you living at, and just realize, hey, that it should have never happened in this country. I've been against that abortion ever since it come out. I've been old enough to understand it. I thought it was wrong because nobody had the right to take a life of a human being.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's my stand on that. But other than that, everything's going real good. We rolling into Cowtown, fit to get this load off, and then we're going to head on back up north and start heading to that Marina Del Rey.
So would you consider your accent the low country accent? I could tell that other guy, I could detect that's a bit of that Carolina accent there. Not nearly as stout as yours, though.
Well, you remember when we was at the truck show, and I can't remember that guy's name that come up there from St. Matthew. Did you hear me talking on the telephone?
Yeah.
He said, that guy there's from Charleston. He's from Charleston. Now, I know that accent. You know, Steve, I don't know where I got this accent over the years. I reckon it was growing up around Granny and Granddaddy down yonder in the low country. But, I mean, everybody thinks I'm from Louisiana, so I just tell them, yeah, I'm from Beau Bridge, Louisiana, and let it go at that. You know, they just scratch their head and go on about their business. You try to explain to them there's about 7 dialects down there. It just goes right over their heads. So anybody, you know, they all think I'm from Louisiana and just go on about my business and rock on.
There you go.
But, and then some of them think other things, you know, but anyway, we'll leave that at that. But, hey, man, it's good talking to you tonight. And I just thought we'd jump in and holler and inform that young gentleman where I was from.
There you go. All right.
Yes, I'm a proud Geechee from the low country of South Carolina.
I can't tell you how many people that I've talked to who swear that you're a black man.
Well, you remember when we was at the truck show that year, and old Andy Matus come up to you and said, I want to meet that monkey gouger. So we standing right there. No, that ain't Monkey Gouger. That ain't him. The Monkey Gouger's a black man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's him standing right there.
Yep.
Had a lot of laughs with that. Had a lot of fun with it. But we go back on out of here and just ease on down the road there, and we'll talk to you tomorrow night.
All right. Good to hear from you, and be safe out there. We'll be right back.
Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. What's going on? It's 844-844-3388. So I got introduced to your daughter for the first time. Hello, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Yeah, unfortunately, I've lost signal on you 3 times tonight. But that's all right. Hey, did you get her code?
Oh, no, I did not.
First-time caller.
First-time caller.
Well.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, you're slipping. You're slipping, buddy. You're slipping.
I did take Blue Jay's number down earlier as the first time. The Carolinian there. I got his number there. So.
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, she's got fireworks mixed up. That one that I left the 12-inch crater for, that wasn't coming to your place. That wasn't the test one. That's the one I'm gonna go fishing with before.
Oh, you're dynamite fishing. Ah.
Yeah, that's for fishing. That's not for fireworks. That's for fishing. She's got it mixed up. Also, I'm trying to remember, you got a telephone pole / light pole or something right around the house, around the ranch, don't you?
Well, of course.
Don't you have a light pole?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because, Baby Dovetail broke her dancing pole. She's up there practicing up there at Country Bumpkin's place. And, he changed all the car, done a tune-up, that old Ford Fairmont with the wood paneling. You remember the old wood paneling on the old Fairmont station wagons? That's actually like wallpaper stuck to the side of it. Well, she was up there getting Country Bumpkin to help her, get the car going. She's going to stop Big Mooses on the way down and get a tank of gas, if you know what I mean. And, she's going to need something to dance against for heat wave because, she's a big girl. That dancing pole just didn't work for her.
Yeah, she needs a big pole. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And as far as the food, don't eat Jolly Greens left over last year's. Don't worry about it. We got it covered. We're going to be bringing genuine bologna sandwiches and pickled pig's feet and pig nuggets.
Yummy.
Might even bring some whole jaws while we're at it.
Hog jaws. And you cut your bologna 1/2 inch or a full inch thick.
Oh, we go about 3/4 of an inch.
Okay.
We ain't that extreme, We don't go full inch,
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll bring in some chicken gizzards and stuff like that too. So don't worry about it. We got the food covered. So all right, Steve. Well, I'm gonna back on out here, and I finally got in to talk to you tonight. Take care.
Well, you can send me an email. Either that, or you want me to get a code, send it to your number, or you want to email me Bolt's number.
All right, sounds good. I'll email your number.
There you go. All
care.
right. Thanks, Gilligan. There you go. First time caller. That's right. It is 844-844-3388. Another thing that Philip there in Florida might be interested in this. It's every once in a while it makes a headline. It's the U.S. military's space plane. It's the X-37B, the unmanned plane. It's all like top secret though. And it's about to complete. It's closing in on a mission duration record. In this case, the 37B launched into Earth orbit on May the 17th of 2020. And this is actually the 6th mission for this program. This is known as Orbital Test Vehicle 6, OTV-6. It's kind of like a miniature version of the space shuttle. If you haven't seen the photos, it's the mini shuttle, but it's now been orbiting the Earth for 773 days. So we're less than a week away from the old record of 780 days, which was set by the previous mission, OTV-5. Yeah, while the Boeing-built robotic spaceplane's primary orbital agendas are classified, some of its onboard experiments were disclosed before the launch in this case. One such experiment from the U.S. Naval Research Laboratory investigates transforming solar power into radio frequency microwave energy. Yeah, they've got a name for it, photovoltaic radio frequency antenna module. I'd rather call it PRAM, PRAM for short. We also know that this particular mission included the deployment of the Falcon Sat 8, which is a small satellite developed by the Air Force Academy, sponsored by the Air Force Research Laboratory, which is conducting several experiments in orbit. Plus, there are 2 NASA experiments tucked on board the space plane to study the effects of the space environment on a materials sample plate and actually seeds used to grow food. Now, this is the first X-37B mission to use a service module to host experiments. That's attached to the aft of the vehicle that allows additional experimental payload capabilities. So 6th mission, they don't really tell us a whole lot of what the heck they're doing up there. First time this thing was put into orbit was back in 2010. Spent 224 days in orbit. Mission 2, it was 468. Then 674 days, followed by the 4th launch, 718 days. And again, the old record of 780 days for the previous mission. This 6th mission, I guess sometime next week, will indeed set a new record. They don't tell you when it's coming back, and they don't tell you where it's coming back. There's been a couple of them that have returned to Vandenberg. A couple of times it's come back there to the Kennedy Space Center. All right, I got a few minutes before we hit news break. Let me get back over to Horse Feathers here. And yes, sir, what you got?
Oh, thanks for calling the Kevorkian Helpline. What can we help you with this morning?
Yeah. Tastes like chicken.
Yeah. No, I was thinking of your abortion callers there that were having all the problems there. So do they have to have the suicide helplines? And so what are they doing? They calling in saying if they can't get an abortion, they're going to commit suicide to have.
I don't know. I mean, is somebody going to be that deranged over not being able to get an abortion?
Yeah. Well, you got to get rid of it somehow. So I guess if you can't go get help from a doctor, I guess you have to take care of it yourself, jump off a bridge or something. So I don't know. But I was just wondering how all that was working. But anyways, hey, there was one other thing there. You guys were talking about, you had a story in Vermont there last night. Did you see that up there in Vermont, it's been a few days now, there was a individual that was supposedly going to be arrested, and a couple state troopers went out to get him, and I guess his father didn't want him to be arrested, and he had himself sitting in a little mini excavator, and one of the troopers was trying to tackle his son, and he was swinging the excavator bucket around all above him, and had a second state trooper that was actually going to, had his gun drawn and was actually probably going to end up shooting him in the excavator if they all didn't surrender. And I guess they all came to a conclusion that nobody got hurt with, but both the father and son ended up going to be arrested. And so, but anyways, I thought that was kind of interesting that, the father was out there trying to protect his son with an excavator.
Fighting him off with an excavator. Okay.
Yeah, going after the state troopers with an excavator.
Now,
so.
if that bucket would have hit one of the troopers in the head or whatever, I mean, that could have been murder with a deadly weapon.
I was going to say, is an excavator on the list of a deadly weapon? Maybe we have to outlaw excavators now, And I remember a while back there, over there in Great Britain, they don't allow firearms and that. So they actually had a study out that reported how many murders were done with hammers. Like your claw hammers that carpenters use and ball peen hammers. They were reporting how many murders were done with hammers. And I was just, at that point we were thinking, well, maybe England ought to just outlaw all hammers, not allow hammers because they were the weapon of choice at the time. So, but anyways, hey, with all this craziness we got in the world there, I just thought I'd touch back in and, just anybody needs any help there, they got problems with abortion, they're thinking about suicide there. Don't hesitate to call the Kevorkian helpline.
Kevorkian helpline. That'll work. All right, have a good morning, horse feathers. What are we at? Top of the hour, right? We've got a final hour on the way just ahead. And, of course, plenty of room for you. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Thank you, Gilligan. I got your email there. I got Bolt's number down, so I'll toss your number and make sure Bolt gets a code from Hot Shot Secret. And don't forget, Chris Gabrelchik joins us at the midnight hour Thursday night, Friday morning as we head into the Independence Day weekend, talking everything Hot Shot Secret right here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. Supreme Court handed a huge win to the Republican Party heading into the 2022 elections. It sided with the Louisiana state legislature to allow the state's Republican-drawn congressional map to remain in place for the midterms. A federal judge had previously ruled the Republican-drawn map violated the Voting Rights Act and ordered lawmakers to redraw the state's 6th congressional district. Court said they will take up this case and a similar one in Alabama in the courts next term. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin flew to New York last week to meet privately with GOP mega donors in Manhattan. Off the press reports that's a move that underscores recent hints that the Republican is considering a run for president in 2024. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is continuing to push back against illegal immigrants coming across his border.
The big rig used in this week's deadly smuggling attempt in Texas wasn't searched at several highway checkpoints, despite the fact dozens of illegal immigrants were packed in the back. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott says the state is taking steps to fix that security loophole.
I'm announcing that Texas is going to add additional truck checkpoints.
He says border agents are being taken off the line to work processing centers. He believes that led to the security lapse that allowed the 18-wheeler to make it to San Antonio. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is facing serious political unknowns heading into November's midterm elections. Of the 49 House lawmakers who will not run for re-election, 32 of them are Democrats. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
One Asian country is in desperate need of humanitarian help.
The International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies are reporting more than 7 million people in Bangladesh are in desperate need of shelter and emergency relief. The agency said this is the worst flooding to hit South Asia in living memory. Hundreds of thousands of homes near the Bangladesh-India border are underwater. Over 200 people in both countries have died since the floods began in April. Bangladesh is between India and Myanmar. From the West Coast, USA, Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Fed Chairman Jerome Powell said there's no guarantee that the central bank can engineer a soft landing for the U.S. economy. On Wednesday, Powell said, quote, "We think that there are pathways for us to achieve the path back to 2% inflation while still retaining a strong labor market." Unquote. As Americans struggle with rising food and gas prices, Powell remained upbeat about the current health of the economy. Washington, D.C.'s Metro warned that customers could face wait times of up to an hour on July 4th as the transit agency grapples with a reduced number of rail cars on one of its busiest days of the year. The agency sidelined about 60% of its fleet in October after a train derailment revealed defects in Metro's 7000 series rail cars, causing delays across the rail system that persist nearly 9 months later. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
During the break there, I pulled up that video of the Philip was talking about the missile strike on the mall there in Ukraine. Yeah, that was a hell of a missile, hell of an explosion. Wow, can't believe the death toll wasn't greater than it was. But I think they still said there's 20 people unaccounted for, I guess, in the rubble there of that missile strike. But that is, yes, several media outlets ran the footage of that this past day. Then in the state of California, hey, gotta love it. Remember that in the name of the COVID pandemic, the crisis, trillions of dollars in spending, of course, which included tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars going to various states. Essentially, we bailed out California, we bailed out Illinois, we bailed out a number of Democrat-run states who were about to go broke. I guess California, since you're back in the red or back in the black, back in the positive. Got all kinds of money. We got so much money we can just throw it away. The sanctuary state of California makes history by becoming the first state in the nation to give food stamps to illegal aliens. You heard it. This week, Governor Newsom announced a budget deal with the Democrat state legislators that includes providing food stamps. Yes, paid for by California's taxpayers to illegal aliens ages 55 and older. It's a first of its kind. An executive with the group Nourish California tells the Fresno Bee the policy is historic for the state by saying California is once again making history by removing xenophobic exclusions to our state's safety net. Why is it xenophobic? It's not xenophobic. It's the law of the land. You come in through a legal process, which we allow 1 million plus to do every year. But that's the insanity. That's the mentality. If you don't agree with supporting, and tell me this, is this word not going to spread like wildfire to the rest of the world, not just to Mexico, but every country in the world? Hey, if you can get to California and you're over the age of 55, they'll feed you for free. Expansion of the state's CalFresh food stamps program will cost California taxpayers more than $35 million, and about 75,000 illegals are expected to enroll every year. This is Newsom's budget deal will also ensure California is the first state in the nation to provide taxpayer-funded health insurance to all of their 3.3 million illegal aliens, offering taxpayer-funded health insurance to its entire illegal alien population, which is, yes, the largest in the nation. That's expected to cost California taxpayers about $2.4 billion every year. And that's expected to kick in 2024. Again, so the word spreads. Hey, if we can get to California, get free health care, you get free food, they're going to take care of us. There's no incentive to illegally enter the United States, in other words, right? There you go, California. Steve checks in via email this morning. Morning to all, one day closer to the weekend. Feeling good about that. Even though AccuWeather's calling for kind of a rainy weekend, we won't let that put a damper on our spirits as we celebrate this country that we so dearly love. Yeah, that gal that Gilligan was talking about better watch out for splinters if she's going to be dancing on the light pole. Yes, no doubt about it. Everybody enjoy the day. Yeah, I forgot, neglected to mention that. Our light poles are not aluminum light poles. They're wooden. 13 past the hour. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. What's going on with the Rambler this morning?
Well, praise God, Steve, and glad to be on the phone with you, man. Glad to be talking to you. And I guess it was Horse Feathers talking about they need to ban hammers. Look, you can't do that. There's too many Carpenters and too many Pink Floyd fans who would not approve of that.
Yeah.
And you have to be a Pink Floyd fan to understand the hammer reference. But, oh, man, they want to sit there and talk. They wanted to get on TV, old Rachel Madcow, when they were talking about the children being put in cages. That the Obama administration approved, by the way, and cry up a river and boo-hoo and biller and cry, about the children. But yet, when you start talking about abortion and start talking about children, we just don't care, And I tell you, ladies, you are not that child's judge. You don't have the right to be the judge to determine whether or not you want that child to live or die. I listened to Vic's phone call last night, and it's really to me, and this is just me, and I'm gonna just tell it.
life begins at the moment of conception. It takes a Y chromosome and an X chromosome to make a child. And when that forms, a zygote is created, which is the ball of cells that travels up the fallopian tube. It's about a 2-day process and connects to the uterine wall, And I remember back in 1996 when, I was sitting there with my mother. I think I was off work or something like that. And old Slick Willie broke on the air, and we found a rock from Mars that has fossilized life on it. So they say microbes represent life, but you mean a zygote and a living fetus is not life?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, you're not fooling me. You're definitely not fooling God. And the Bible does say, "Thou shalt not kill." And Jeremiah 1:5 says, "I knew you from when you were in the womb." And they were all living in L.A. And if you don't know what L.A. is, that's Lower Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
They were all up in arms about teaching a sex education in school and everything like that, which, kind of glad that they did, because we learned what prophylactics were, and that was kind of like a rite of passage as a teenage boy. You go get one of them, throw it in your billfold. You thought you were hot stuff. But that should be abortion shouldn't even be an option. There's other options out there, like A, you can go get on birth control. B, guys, you can start carrying prophylactics and actually use them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like what Monkey Gouger said a while ago, all these hippies and free love and this, that, and the other. We need to practice celibacy, And the act of fornication was designed when a man and a woman get married. And that's what it was designed for, to procreate under the watchful eyes of God the Father. But anyways, I heard my son call in, old little rambler, and I tell you what, Horse Feathers, you want him to come on up there? He'd be jonesing at the chance to get on up there and ride with you, man. Oh yeah, I'm very, I'm proud of my kids. Very proud of him. He's excited about being a senior. And, he called me. He's like, you think I should call in, Dad? I said, son, if you want to call in, call in. Just make sure you know what you're going to talk about. And he was excited to be able to call in and talk to you. And, I'm thankful that me and my wife decided, hey, we want to have children. And I never would have thought in a million years of, I look back and I tell you, Steve, I know your kids are grown. I don't want mine to grow up. I tell my boys all the time, if I had to go back and change your diapers all over again, I'd do it all over again. I said, I miss it when you two were little and we used to play and stuff like that. I said, and you think about the children that's been aborted, how women and, men too, can men get pregnant? No, they don't get pregnant, but I'm sure that they had a hand, some of them did, and say, yeah, I don't want to be a dad or be a father. Go ahead and just get rid of it like it's a piece of trash. No, it's not trash, God's children. Having a child is one of the greatest gifts, and I know several people, personal friends of mine, that they couldn't have children, and they never got to have the joy. And I know people personally that have had an abortion, and it has emotionally scarred the woman, especially when they come to Christ. It's they realize, man, I just murdered someone, and you did, But I'll get off my little soapbox, Steve, and I'm just happy to be a part of the show and happy that you're still doing what you're doing. And like I said, let's don't ban the Hammers, Carpenters, and Ford fans to getting mad. But before I go, did it ever dawn on you watching the show Gilligan's Island? Did you ever stop when you were a kid and think about, what would happen if Gilligan and Mary Ann had a baby? I guess we found out tonight when Gilligan's daughter called. So we finally got our answer of what would happen
if Gilligan and Marianne had the baby. But God's children, you know, I want you to know that no matter my stance on where I stand, and I stand for the Lord Jesus Christ, I stand on principles that are found in God's sacred word, and that sacred word is the Holy Bible, the living word of God. Know this much. And I don't care what you look like, don't care what you've done, don't care what you're doing. You're a human being. God created you in his image. That's what he says in Genesis chapter 1. It says, let's go and make man in our own image. And when he said let's, that means God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost were present at that very moment in time when God breathed air into the nostrils of the first living man, Adam. Know this, that I truly love you. I pray for y'all. I pray for all the drivers. When I woke up, thank God for allowing me to even wake up. And I pray for you, and I love you. And by the way, one more thing. Is Georgia Peach still single?
Yeah, she is, yes.
All right. Well, here's a quick idea, and I'm going to get off here. For the 4th of July, you should have Always Moving. I know she's available. Georgia Peach is available. You should have Pappy and whoever else is single men out there. Maybe have a little old square dance, you know, speed dating at the Steve Summers. You know, a watermelon roast is a good way to start a matchmaking process, you know. But all that being said, God's children, love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and listen to me, God's children, Jesus Christ loves you more than any person on planet Earth. If he can love you, then old brother Rambler here, I know I can love you, and I do. And Steve, thank you for taking my call. God bless you, everyone. Y'all have a great weekend. Don't forget to call in and chat up Chris Kabelchuk tomorrow, who makes this show possible. Good night, Steve. God bless everyone.
Thank you, Rambler. Have a great morning. All right, 21 past the hour. Yeah, on a serious note, of course, Tuesday, hey, we're going to have an emergency special January 6th hearing because we've got new information. We've got a new witness. We've got new information. I mean, this is damning information in regards to former President Trump. And all the establishment media went, bat crap crazy over it. This testimony, the former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson, touting it as very damning to Trump. And then the claims all started to fall apart, one after another. Ron posted a few minutes ago, he said, Democrats and the media who were celebrating this testimony until a matter of hours after her testimony, the Secret Service and the individuals from whom she claimed to have heard the story publicly actually stepped forward to dispute her claim, said, hey, we'll testify under oath. That was the Secret Service, and then other claims collapsed. She also claimed to have penned a handwritten draft of Trump's remarks on January the 6th that day. But former Trump White House lawyer Eric Hirschman said, no, I wrote that. Some of the other claims. We'll break that down momentarily. Meanwhile, clear lines at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we're back. So let me start with Breitbart report, which says the January 6th committee actually issued a subpoena to former White House counsel Pat Cipollone this past day, despite the fact that he's already spoke to the committee a day after testimony by the surprise witness Cassidy Hutchinson fell apart. Former aide to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. The testimony on Tuesday, what she heard other people saying. Most everything was based, as we discussed last evening, on hearsay. But the establishment media treated that testimony as, oh my, this is the dagger in the heart. Former President Trump. The fact that she was actually, after she testified, if you didn't pay attention to this, which I did not watch to the end, so I didn't realize this, she was actually hugging members of the January 6th committee like they were partners in some joint enterprise rather than investigators seeking the truth. That in itself should have raised some red flags, but it didn't until it was too late. Now, first you had the LA Times and a number of others, including Fox News, they say, that set aside their basic rules of journalism, accepting as fact the sudden claims made by a witness whose testimony was based entirely on hearsay. And, of course, she was never subject to any cross-examination. The Times published a list of what they called 8 bombshells. Of course, some of them were quickly debunked. Some of them are still dubious. And some of them were just a repetition of things that everyone already knew, common knowledge. Other witnesses had already told investigators. Bombshell number 1. Several Trump aides knew the risk of violence before January 6th. Well, by now, we all knew of the risks. The president knew of a risk. That's why he approved the National Guard to secure the Capitol beforehand, which apparently was not allowed. It was declined by the Speaker. The accusation, Trump knew January 6 rally attendees had weapons. Weapons was the word. The weapons were not AR-15s, as the committee implied on Tuesday. It was a variety of other implements, flagpoles, which they were depicting as spears, shields, or pepper spray. And everyone saw this. It was seen on television. Bombshell number 3, the White House counsel raised concerns about Trump's speech. Well, that was already known from prior testimony. In a general sense, it means nothing. The job of legal counsel is to raise concerns about almost every speech. Bombshell number 4, Trump wanted to go to the Capitol on January 6th. The Times admits, Trump already said himself he wanted to lead the protesters in a peaceful march to the Capitol. Yeah. Mark Meadows actually said it was just metaphorical, but I mean, that's not a bombshell. The accusation that Trump lunged for the limousine steering wheel to go to the Capitol. Yeah, this one here was specifically refuted by the 2 witnesses that Hutchinson cited, and that was the Secret Service itself, where they immediately came out and said, no, we will testify under oath. This is not true. Oddly enough, as of this past day, no one with the January 6th committee has reached out to those Secret Service agents with any interest in hearing what they have to say. I guess they don't want to hear it. Yeah, we got bombshell number 6. Trump did not want to take any action to stop the riot. Now, Trump's reluctance, they say, to act. There was, I guess you'd say, a bit of a delay. Once it became clear that people were inside the Capitol, what they're describing as rioters, that's been the subject of criticism since that day. That was no new information there. Number 7, Trump threw his lunch at the wall after reading William Barr's story. Now, that's one of several that she made based on hearsay again. That it might qualify as newsworthy if there was any sort of corroborating evidence or any sort of testimony, which at least at this point there is not. Lastly, Trump and Meadows wanted to include pardon language in a January 7 speech. Now, if that's true, if it were true, that would also be unremarkable, because just look at the overzealous investigation of anyone linked to Trump. Now, it'd be reasonable for even innocent people to seek a pardon. If you're associated with Trump, yeah, you better pardon me. All right, news break time. Clear lines at 844-844-3388 on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Ketanji Brown Jackson will be sworn in Thursday as the first black female justice on the U.S. Supreme Court. She'll succeed the retiring Stephen Breyer. Jackson was confirmed to replace Breyer in April, but then had to wait until he stepped down at the end of the 9-month term. The death toll of illegal immigrants who died after being abandoned in the back of a tractor trailer in San Antonio rose to 53 on Wednesday, according to the Bexar County Medical Examiner. More than a dozen others were hospitalized with heat-related injuries. CBS News reported this appears to be the deadliest human smuggling case in modern U.S. history. And disgraced R&B singer R. Kelly received a 30-year prison sentence on Wednesday following last year's conviction on federal racketeering and sex trafficking charges. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1
1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Somewhere in the mix, I had a story from a doctor out of New York talking about the COVID. Uh-oh, the next wave. The next wave is on the way. Here it is. Thought I saved that. A new wave is beginning in New York City. Uh-oh. Being fueled by the strongest subvariant of Omicron to date, according to one of the city's top epidemiologist. This is the BA.5, so the 5th subvariant of Omicron, first seen in South Africa, then in Portugal, considered by some to be the worst version of Omicron we've seen yet, due to its capacity to escape prior immunity and transmit more readily. It's even easier to pass on. Dr. Jay Varma, epidemiologist formerly for the Mayor Bill de Blasio. He was the top public health advisor during the pandemic itself. Says infections appear to have stabilized at a high level in the city. It's not dropping. The decline of COVID cases has stopped in New York. Reported cases are at a high plateau, which means actual transmission is very high when you account for this new variant, probably the beginning of the, here it is, the BA.5 wave. Transmission rates in the city hit a 2-month low last week, but started to tick up again since then. According to the health department testing, the BA.5 accounts for 17% of infections, but that's data that's almost 2 weeks old now. The CDC says it's about 37% of cases. Now, based on what we've seen from other countries, there's going to be another big increase in New York City, including those who've already had, I guess, the original Omicron variant in the past few months. He did note it's not clear what a BA5 wave might mean for hospitalizations or deaths. Citywide hospitalizations and deaths have been falling steadily. They're actually at a 2-month low right now. The question now, he says, is whether boosters that had worked against the first Omicron 6 months ago, will they have any effect against this new BA5 variant? I guess we need to start stocking up on vaccines again, right? Which leads us to Pfizer and biotech announcing this past day they've just signed another deal, a $3.2 billion deal with the U.S. government. We're looking to buy up 105 million doses for delivery as soon as late this summer. This also includes an Omicron adapted vaccine that has not yet received regulatory clearance. So it's not even approved yet, but we're buying it. Advisors to the Food and Drug Administration recommended a change in the design of the booster shots this fall to combat the newer circulating variants of the coronavirus. Oh, and to top that off, we also have already signed on an option to purchase up to 195 million additional doses, bringing the total number of potential doses to 300 million doses, according again to Pfizer and BioNTech. Again, Pfizer's been making lots of money. They're making bank, and they just signed another multi-billion-dollar deal from, well, the U.S. taxpayers, of course. Are people going to be lining up to get the boosters for the new variant? Yeah, the fact that so few people have opted for as many as got the original first 2 shots from either the Pfizer or Moderna, the 1-2, the sheer number of people that have not gone to get either of the 2 boosters that have been offered since, I have a sneaky suspicion that those same individuals probably not going to be lining up for any more shots. Now, there will be some that obviously they've gone for booster number 1, booster number 2. They'll get in line and roll up their sleeve, but that's an awful lot of doses. Yeah, on the heels that I don't think we ever even shared the story. Millions of doses were actually thrown away, scrapped, reached their expiration date, didn't get used, wasted. About 18 before the hour, and our number 844-844-3388. Let me jump over here to the email bag. Hello to Truck and Phil this morning. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation coffee up. Happy Thursday. Here we go. The regular ready to depart for Sterling Heights. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. That's your daily deal, right? It's got to get kind of old. Same scenery, day in, day out. All right, but good to have you with us there. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi, this Thursday morning. And back to the phones over here. We got, I believe, Chevy Guy is back. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Seen on the news or one of these news clips, can't be sure. They're talking governors, New York governor, and mayors, and the Miss Lightfoot, what Eagle calls Beetlejuice.
Yeah, right. Beetlejuice's
They're on
sister.
there talking about, the right for the citizens to bear the arms in their city, and they're all upset. Of course, the only gun control they have are those citizens that are not violent anyway. If they have a gun, they have it for self-protection. They use it as a tool of protection. But here, to sit there and listen to Ms. Lightfoot talk about how, death in her city is going to, I mean, you got to wonder, really? The death in her city every weekend is amazing. And what I seen a video earlier from in Chicago, a man gets robbed. They take his wallet. All right, now they've got his bank card, and they start shooting him and wounding him in the leg, wounding him in, shooting him just to cause pain, demanding that this guy give them his PIN number so he can get it, so they can get in there and clean out his bank account. So, I'm sorry, Miss Lightfoot. It just, maybe when the citizens start shooting back, your criminals will quit doing what they're doing. And but just to have that woman sit there and go against what the court said, or go against our Constitution, about being able to bear arms and to protect yourself. And I keep hearing old Trudeau say, Canadians do not have a right to protect themselves with a gun. And God forbid that it's going to get like that up there before they finally figure out, we need to give the Canadian cities, Canadian citizens the right to protect themselves. It's just amazing. God forbid it's spreading out. They've been chasing, a lot of these guys are leaving the cities and they're out here in the country. My son's in the sheriff's department. A lot of drug busts. Back in the backwoods, ain't a lot of industry, just in the lumber industry. And during the night, there's a lot of drugs, murder. You have, just this week alone, drug busts, murder, and rapes. And he took a night shift and nobody else wanted it. He took a night shift. He said he's surprised you don't just sit there. It seems like, especially this week alone, he's staying busy. So. You're going to be on tomorrow morning, right?
Yeah, Chris Gabrelchik joins us tomorrow morning. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, buddy. We'll be listening. And one final thing: be careful with your fireworks. In West Virginia, I was sitting there, and my neighbor's son brought up a whole bunch of fireworks, and there you got a whole porch full of people just across the holler, and he sets up these things, and they shoot up in the air, and they look professional. I mean, they were huge. Great big white umbrella things coming out and pop, 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 pop in the air. Well, on that porch across the holler, there was one skinny old woman, about, 105 pounds, and all her children, which are all averaging, 300 to 400 pounds. Well, one of those things, because you stuck them in the ground, you lit them off. He lit it off, and it fell over and aimed right for that porch. It's the only reason why it's funny, nobody got hurt. That thing shot into that porch, and it was so funny watching all them big people run over their mama to get into that tiny little single door. And I swear, the one was a 400-pounder that could not walk without her cane. And I believe she was the fastest one on 2 feet to get off that porch. So y'all be careful, and it's only laughable when nobody gets hurt.
Right.
Y'all stay safe.
Thank you very much.
Guy,
over and out. I could see that. Yeah, you got to, those mortar tubes. Yep. Yeah, they're fine when they're pointing straight up. Yeah, when I've experienced that. I've had one or two in my lifetime that lit it, and actually one of them I tripped over the damn thing, knocked it over. And I mean, I know you only have just a few seconds because those wicks are fast. I dove on the ground and reached out there to set it up, and I got it set up right, so it's only arm length away from my face, but it went off, but it went up in the air rather than toward the house or the neighbor's house, whatever it would have been. That was close. That's scary. Don't be a dumbass on the 4th of July, right? And we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, quickly, Lobster shared a story a few minutes ago from Freight Waves. I guess kind of a, would you call it a breaking news story? He says, I bet the freight drivers now wish they had a Teamster contract. This is about FedEx, by the way. He said, watch your work evaporate and be devoured by the contractors at ground. Sorry, so sorry. Oh, he's talking about, I'm looking here at FedEx announcing this past day, they've launched a long-awaited strategy to integrate all of their operations, a move that signals the end of the operationally siloed business model that was pretty much the hallmark for their first 50 years. The strategy is called Network 2.0. It'll cost about $2 billion to implement over the next 5 years. If all goes according to plan, it will add $2 billion to FedEx's annualized operating income starting in fiscal year 25. This announcement formalizes an approach that's already underway in limited fashion. In early 2020, they launched a last-mile optimization tool to allow parcels to be handed off to the operating unit best equipped to deliver them. FedEx Express, the company's air and international unit, has co-located with FedEx Ground, the ground parcel delivery unit, at 3 FedEx Ground locations in the U.S. FedEx Express tenders 1.3 million parcels every week, mostly what they call end-of-day or second-day deliveries to FedEx Ground. That's going to intensify as FedEx Express sees more opportunity to offload parcels to FedEx Ground, which has lower operating cost in part because they use independent contractors instead of company employees. I think that's what Lobster's talking about. You're going to wish you had that contract now because you're going to watch work disappear. They explained FedEx built its business on the idea that units that operated separately could build out their unique capabilities and respond more effectively to the needs of customers using specific services. Now, judging by their growth over most of their history, I don't think you could argue that that was a bad rationale. In recent years, they say it's become apparent that approach has kind of begun to outlive its usefulness. Operations have become less efficient, and there's far too many internal seams to manage through. The founder said, we build systems and processes that don't talk to each other. Richard Smith says he also pushed aggressively for the change that was announced this past day. So maybe we can delve more into that in the coming days, but sharing that as we kind of wrap things up here on a Thursday morning. TNC Radio Live coming your way next. Following the news, you'll catch Captain Tom Kirk and a number of callers checking in on the best ways to chill out when you're on the road with Keep On Talking Live. After which, it's Angie and Larry Baum, stories from the road on taillights. It gets a little serious this week, but great conversation. Finally, coming up 7 a.m. Eastern this morning, it's Anderson and Banker, the only sports show designed for truckers. It's Clutch Time Sports. Again, all on TNCRadio.live. Don't forget, come back at the midnight hour tonight. Yes, Chris Gabrelchik joins us for the first day of July as we get set to kick off Independence Day weekend. Hope you'll be here with us and chime on in. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.